Chapter 3578. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio, the two prides of the Duan family. Not long after, Lin Ling and the others finally arrived at the Heavensword City. Looking around, the city was grand and boundless, but it was also extremely lively. There was a sea of people, and the noise was incessant. However, the most eye-catching thing was still the gigantic heavenly sword. Upon closer inspection, one would realize how terrifying this sword was because it towered into the clouds, as if it had sliced the firmament of the final world in half. The venue of the auction was under the gigantic sky sword. Lin Ling and the rest walked in that direction. Before they arrived, they realized that there were all kinds of stalls around them. Treasures from the final world, the world of gods, and various gods' relics were scattered on the ground, emitting all kinds of magical lights. Moreover, there were countless roads leading to the sky sword. Every road was filled with people and stalls on both sides of the road. So many people, Yu and Xianyuan Gu, looked at each other. They couldn't help but be shocked. Even Lin Ling was shocked. He had attended many auctions before. However, it was his first time encountering one like this. There were too many people. This way, at that moment, young Master Monster's voice was heard. Lin Ling and the rest quickly followed him. Young Master Monster had found a road with fewer people. It was obviously much more convenient. Hey, isn't this Lin Ling? Not long after they walked along the road, a sinister voice was heard from behind them. Then, the crowd parted. More than 10 figures strode forward. The leader was a handsome young man. He had his hands behind his back and was looking at Lin Ling with a cold smile. Duan Tianzhan. It was the guy Lin Ling had met on the hidden fog island. Back then, Lin Ling had tortured him badly. As for young Master Monster and Majin Z, they looked at Lin Ling curiously. They were not familiar with Duan Tianzhan. He's from the Duan family. Lin Ling immediately explained when he saw their confusion. I see. Young Master Yao and the others immediately nodded. It's really you. I didn't expect a country bumpkin like you to be in the mood to participate in the Conference of Divine Weapons. But I'm a little worried for you. The Conference of Divine Weapons is held by the true teachings of Miao Shan. The treasures are priceless. Do you think you're qualified to buy them? At that time, if you take a fancy to some treasure but can't afford it, that would be embarrassing. Duan Tianzhan suddenly laughed loudly, his words full of mockery. In his opinion, there was no doubt that the price of the God Weapon contest would be exorbitant. It could easily cost 1 billion or even 10 billion Monarch crystals. Ordinary people did not have the right to get involved. They could only watch from the sidelines. Only true powerhouses and great powers had the qualifications to purchase divine artifacts. Therefore, this led to a situation where the strong became stronger and the weak became weaker. As for Lin Ling, although his strength was not bad, he was not from a large family clan in the final world. Therefore, Duan Tianzhan thought that Lin Ling was a pauper who could not afford a divine weapon and had come here to embarrass himself. Some people just don't feel comfortable if they don't talk nonsense. Didn't you learn your lesson when you were stripped naked last time? Duan Tianzhan was overbearing, and Lin Ling immediately retaliated. Duan Tianzhan was furious. Last time on the hidden fog island, he had been stripped naked by Lin Ling and had knelt down to beg for mercy. That was the greatest humiliation in his life. Lin Ling, don't think that you're powerful just because you broke the Tower of God's record. You can't even enter the divine list or the stairway to heaven. You only relied on luck. In terms of strength, you're nothing. Duan Tianzhan shouted angrily. Hearing that, Lin Ling smiled mockingly and did not bother to talk nonsense. If he, Lin Ling, was weak, then what about Duan Tianzhan? Last time, he had been beaten to the point where he knelt down to beg for mercy. If Duan Tianzhan was weaker than him, was he nothing? Duan Tianzhan was so silly. Mocking him was equivalent to slapping his own face. Broke the Tower of God's record? Could he be the expert from Snow Wind Academy? I think so, because he's indeed at the Sage Realm. It's said that the person who broke the Divine Body Tower's record was at the Sage Realm. Amazing. When the surrounding people heard Duan Tianzhan's words, they were all shocked. They looked at Lin Ling with shock and admiration in their eyes. Duan Tianzhan wanted to mock Lin Ling, but he did not expect everyone to be shocked. He was so angry that his teeth were itching. What? Disciple of the Duan clan? You're not convinced? Why don't we fight? I can guarantee that I'll break all your teeth. At this time, young Master Yao stepped forward and said coldly. He could also see that Duan Tianzhan was here to cause trouble. Young Master Yao, if you break his teeth, I'll break his third leg. Majin Tianzi also said coldly. Seeing young Master Yao and the others walk out, and thinking of Lin Ling's strength, Duan Tianzhan obviously felt a little guilty. He said coldly, a bunch of people who can't even enter the divine list only know how to talk big. Let me tell you, this is Heaven Sword City. Don't mess around. When he said this, he quietly took a step back. His face was full of fear. The surrounding people laughed. They could also see that Duan Tianzhan was here to cause trouble, but they did not expect him to be so afraid of death. Cowardly bandit. Even Lin Ling smiled mockingly. He could not be bothered to teach a weakling like Duan Tianzhan a lesson. Who are you? How dare you scold our Duan family? However, at this time, a large number of people came from afar. This group of people was extremely powerful. When the crowd saw their clothes and the jade pendants hanging on their bodies, they quietly made way for them. This was because the jade pendants hanging on their waists had two clear words, Stairway to Heaven. This meant that these people were all experts on the divine list. They were the most powerful people in the divine 3 halls of the various academies. The experts on the divine list were also extremely famous in the final world. These people could fight against a half-step martial god and could not be defeated by a martial god. Tianzhan, the person walking at the front, was extremely tall. He held a long golden spear in his hand and looked majestic. Wherever he passed, there seemed to be a powerful force that quietly pushed the crowd away. Many people could see that this person's talent, cultivation level, and martial arts foundation were all extremely powerful. Brother Wuzhan, Duan Tianzhan was obviously excited when he saw the person who had come. The man immediately nodded his head and looked at Lin Ling and the others. He said indifferently, for the sake of the Heaven Sword City, we will not bother about this matter. Give yourselves 3 slaps and then scram out of my sight. His words were extremely domineering. Who else could do it but me? Of course, with his strength, he was qualified to be domineering. However, Lin Ling and young Master Yao looked at each other and laughed. After practicing martial arts for so many years, they had lost count of the number of arrogant and unruly people like this man. I'll give you 2 words, idiot. Lin Ling could not be bothered to talk nonsense. He simply retorted, The man's eyes narrowed. Idiot? Chapter 3579. Go to the 9th level. Looks like you think I won't dare to touch you, just because you're in Heaven Sword City. The man's eyes turned golden, and divine light shone from his body, silencing the entire street. The light of a divine paladin. It looks like he's above a 2-talisman divine paladin. This person seems to be from the Duan clan, and Wuzhan could be Duan Wuzhan, the Duan clan's twin prides. There was no lack of experts from other academies around, and they all recognized the man. The Duan clan's twin prides were Duan Wuhin and Duan Wuzhan. However, Duan Wuhin had awakened the first bloodline, and his strength had greatly surpassed Duan Wuzhan's, so he was no longer one of the Duan clan's twin prides. However, Duan Wuzhan was once one of the Duan clan's twin prides, so his strength was naturally not weak. In the Battle of Guang City Mountain, this person once defeated an elder of the 9 states, 10 rapscallions. Moreover, in Guangzhou Island, this person fought 10 world wills without losing. That was the battle that made him famous. This is a true expert. There was a flurry of discussion all around. However, Duan Wuzhan's expression was calm, as if they were not talking about him. Perhaps he was already used to this kind of moment. On the other hand, Duan Tianzhan was dancing with joy, extremely excited. He stared at Lin Ling and the others, raised his chin, and said, "Do you know fear now? Where did this clown come from? Get out of my sight." However, Lin Ling only glanced at Duan Wuzhan indifferently. His attitude still did not change. This time, Duan Tianzhan was stunned. Duan Wuzhan was also stunned. Duan Wuzhan's friends behind him were also stunned. They never thought that Lin Ling and the others would be so bold, because Lin Ling and the others did not look like experts on the divine list at all. How boring. There are always clowns in the way. Lin Ling spoke again, then led Xianxia and the others forward. How dare you? The golden spear in Duan Wuzhan's hand jumped, and a terrifying murderous aura also rolled. Brother Wuzhan, he's Lin Ling who broke the Divine Tower's record. Don't mess around. However, Duan Tianzhan finally calmed down and reminded him in a low voice. It's him. Duan Wuzhan's expression changed slightly. The fact that Lin Ling had broken the record in the ethereal tower had shocked the 36 academies, and he was the pride of the 36 academies. As such, he could not afford to make a move on Lin Ling. If he dared to touch Lin Ling, that would be the same as challenging the 36 academies. No wonder he's so arrogant. Turns out he really does have a little bit of martial arts. However, he's lucky, because if we were in the 9 provinces, or in a place where there's no one, I'd definitely knock him down with a spear. Duan Wuzhan said through gritted teeth as he led the people behind him forward. It's said that quite a few divine artifacts will appear in this divine artifact contest. There's an 8 tribes divine spear that I absolutely must get. However, if I want to get it, I'll have to stand at a higher level. Let's go to the 9th floor, Duan Wuzhan said as he walked. He glanced at Lin Ling and the others, who were not too far away, and said mockingly, "Trash like them can only look up to us from below the 9th floor." The 9th floor was undoubtedly the highest floor of the auction house. Those who appeared there had priority in auctioning treasures, and they were also qualified to buy many treasures, unlike those below the 9th floor, where many treasures were not qualified to be fought over. However, ordinary people could not go to the 9th floor. The lowest requirement was to be an expert on the god list. Moreover, even the 9th floor was divided into levels. The highest level was the god list treasure room, where any treasure could be fought over. Duan Wuzhan and his friends were all experts on the god list, so they were naturally qualified. Of course, they were only qualified to go to the 9th floor. Brother Wuzhan, I also want to go to the 9th floor. Can I? Duan Tianzhan was not yet an expert on the god list, so he asked expectantly. Of course you can. On the 9th floor, any expert on the god list can bring a follower. I can bring you, Duan Wuzhan said proudly. Their voices were not soft, and it was obvious that they did it on purpose, so the people around them were envious. Most of the martial artists on this road could only go to the treasure rooms below the 9th floor, so how could they not be envious? Xianxia, let's go to the 9th floor. Yes. Right at that moment, Lin Ling, who was walking in front, suddenly said something. It seemed like a casual sentence, but it caused the entire road to instantly fall silent. Everyone looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. The reason for that was because Duan Wuzhan was an expert on the god list. He was most definitely qualified to go. But what was Lin Ling? He seemed to be nothing. Lin Ling couldn't possibly be thinking that he was qualified to go just because he broke the record of the God's Tower, right? One must know that behind the auction was God Miao's true teachings. The World Spiritist Alliance simply did not care about the God's Tower at all. Lin Ling, could it be that you've become an expert on the God list? Beside Lin Ling, Xianxia and the others were also shocked. Then, joy appeared on their faces as they guessed. For someone of Lin Ling's age, other than becoming an expert on the God list, it was impossible for him to enter the 9th floor. After all, it was impossible for Lin Ling to be the city lord, and even more impossible for him to be the headmaster of the various academies. Yet, Lin Ling had become an expert on the God list. With his strength, it might be possible for Lin Ling to become an expert on the God list. However, Lin Ling poured cold water on them, saying, "I'm still not an expert on the God list." Xianxia and the others were stunned. Then they sighed in their hearts. Perhaps Lin Ling did not know the rules of the auction, and that was why he had said that earlier. Haha, this guy by the name of Lin Ling, could it be that he's gone mad? Does he think that any trash can enter the 9th floor? Duan Wuzhan could not help but laugh loudly after hearing Lin Ling's words. Idiot, Absolute idiot. Duan Tianzhan also laughed mockingly. In fact, he was laughing very happily. Never had he imagined that Lin Ling would come out and embarrass himself. However, Lin Ling paid no attention to their mockery and continued to walk forward. Not long after, a huge sky sword appeared in front of them. It was a sword pagoda, grand and sacred. Looking at the surrounding roads, people continued to arrive at the bottom of the sword pagoda. There were many platforms under the sword pagoda that carried people to the various floors. Lin Ling glanced at them indifferently. Then, he led young Yao and the others onward. This guy, he can't really be going to the 9th floor, right? This guy is not an expert on the god list. Nor is he the city governor. Why does he have to go to the 9th floor? You have to know the rules of the sacred artifact contest. No one will be given face. Yeah, Miaoshen's true disciple is a boundary master. Boundary masters are a group of people of virtue and prestige. They'll only give face to big shots like the city governor and the dean. That guy is looking for trouble. He's going to suffer. The people who had been following Lin Ling all this while mocked him. What's going on here? It's so lively. As the saying went, there was no need to be afraid of trouble. People from other roads also came to join in the fun. Many people immediately revealed what had happened. Waha, there's such a stupid person. Chapter 3580. Arrogant words. As for Duan Tianzhan and the others, they were laughing so hard that they almost fell off their horses, especially Duan Tianzhan. Previously, Lin Ling had stripped him naked and forced him to kneel on the street. He had been brooding over this incident. He had wanted to take revenge, but in the end, Lin Ling had broken the Tongshan Tower's record. This made him realize that his chances of revenge were getting slimmer and slimmer. But now, he saw a glimmer of hope. Moreover, this glimmer of hope was obtained by Lin Ling himself. Ha ha! At this thought, Duan Tianzhan laughed loudly again. His hatred for Lin Ling had also been reduced by half. Duan Tianzhan, why are you laughing so happily? Don't tell me you think I can't reach the 9th level. However, at this moment, Lin Ling suddenly stopped in his tracks and looked at Duan Tianzhan calmly. As soon as he said this, everyone was stunned and started laughing as well. Wasn't this nonsense? If not for the fact that they had no enmity with Lin Ling, they would have shouted that they also thought Lin Ling couldn't reach the 9th level. Idiot! Duan Tianzhan couldn't be bothered to explain anything. He stretched out his finger and pointed at Lin Ling. In his opinion, only the word idiot could describe Lin Ling. Then how about we make a bet? If I can't reach the 9th level, I'll never step into this Sky Sword Tower again. If I can reach the 9th level, you can leave this Sky Sword Tower. How about that? Lin Ling said calmly. Hearing this, young Master Yao and the others' expressions changed. Lin Ling was going overboard. This was because this divine weapon contest was only held once every 100 years. It was better than any other auction. If Lin Ling lost and left the Sky Sword Tower, he would miss the opportunity to become stronger. Duan Tianzhan was taken aback. Before he could say anything, Duan Wuxian, who was behind him, said, I agreed on his behalf. However, words have no proof. How do I know if you will fulfill your promise after you lose? Everyone here can testify that if I lose, you can attack me and beat me out of here. Lin Ling said word by word. These words were undoubtedly what Duan Wuxian wanted to hear the most. Because this was Heaven Sword City, he didn't dare act recklessly against Lin Ling. However, since Lin Ling had personally agreed to it, it was a different matter altogether. Fine, since you insist on embarrassing yourself, I'll fulfill your wish. Duan Wuxian nodded proudly, his heart wild with joy. Lin Ling also nodded. Without further ado, he led young Master Yao and the others to the platform in front of them. The platform in front of them was made of some unknown metal. An old man was standing on it. He was a peak martial progenitor. Around them, more and more people stepped onto the platform and announced the floor they wanted to go to. Senior, let's go to the 9th floor. Before arriving at the platform, Duan Wuxian and the others took the initiative to speak, and as soon as they finished speaking, they quietly handed over some Monarch crystals. The old man floated in midair, sitting cross-legged. At this moment, he opened his eyes and looked at Duan Wuxian and the others indifferently. Then, he quietly took the imperial crystals. Seeing this, Duan Wuxian and the others quickly took out their divine list jade tokens. When the old man saw the two words, Stairway to Heaven, on the jade token, he immediately nodded. This was the symbol of an expert on the divine list. As for Duan Tianzhan, he wasn't an expert on the divine list, but because an expert on the divine list could bring a follower, he followed Duan Wuxian. Come on up, the old man said indifferently. Duan Wuxian and the others were delighted. They waved the jade tokens in their hands at Lin Ling and stepped onto the platform. After stepping onto the platform, Duan Wuxian spoke first. Senior, these people also want to go to the 9th floor. However, they have nothing, but they say they can go wherever they want. To them, Heaven Sword City is like their own backyard. They even said that the city lord of Heaven Sword City has to treat them as equals. They really have no respect for their elders. This was like adding insult to injury. Duan Wuxian knew that Lin Ling would lose without a doubt, but he didn't want to let Lin Ling off so easily, so he sowed discord. It would be best if he could borrow this senior's hand to cripple Lin Ling. Senior, he is provoking the dignity of Heaven Sword City and looking down on Miao Shun's true inheritance. Duan Tianzhan followed suit and added insult to injury. The old man frowned slightly and looked at Lin Ling indifferently. Did you say that? Senior, I didn't say that. Lin Ling shook his head calmly, which made the old man nod. So it was something made up out of nothing. He felt that no one in Heaven Sword City would dare to be so arrogant. Then, just as he was about to speak, Lin Ling spoke again. He said indifferently, However, I do want to go to the 9th floor. Hearing this, the old man's brows that had just relaxed frowned again. Are you an expert on the divine list? No. Are you the city lord of the 36 main city or the 72 vice city lords? None of them. Anger appeared on the old man's face. Was this guy playing with him? He shouted angrily, Scram, what do you think our Heaven Sword City is? You're nothing. How can you behave so atrociously here? Scram? Lin Ling frowned. The old man's attitude really made him unhappy. Why should I scram? You're just a servant who watches over the platform. Do you have the right? Servant? When these words came out, the expressions of the surrounding people changed drastically. This old man was obviously a subordinate of the Heaven Sword City city lord, but now he had become a servant? This Lin Ling was openly contradicting the old man. Wasn't this shooting himself in the foot? Many people could already foresee Lin Ling's tragic outcome. Even young Beast Lord and the others smiled bitterly, because even they didn't know what to do. Senior, look at this person's arrogant words and disrespectful words. You should cripple him. Duan Tianzhan roared and was overjoyed. Lin Ling was really too cooperative. As for the old man, his expression was incomparably cold. He stared at Lin Ling and said indifferently, There are many people today, so I don't have time to deal with you. Consider yourself lucky. However, come eat 20 times now and then get out of Heaven Sword City. Otherwise, if you provoke me and I act according to the city rules, you only have 3 outcomes. First, be torn apart by 5 horses. Second, be executed by 1,000 cuts. Third, be lit by a sky lantern. When his last sentence fell, everyone's hearts turned cold. Yu and the others' expressions changed, and they immediately tugged at Lin Ling. Young Beast Lord and the others could only smile bitterly. Although their backgrounds were not small, this was under the eyes of God. So if something happened to Lin Ling, it would be difficult for them to help. Lin Ling frowned. He didn't expect things to turn out like this. First, it was Duan Tianzhan sowing discord. Then, he encountered a domineering and indifferent old man. However, at this point, it was useless to think too much. Just when everyone thought that Lin Ling would kneel down and beg for mercy, Lin Ling also took a step forward and said fearlessly, Today, not only will I not leave, but I will also bring all of them to the 9th level. When these words fell, the platform fell silent. No one expected that Lin Ling would still be so arrogant at this time. He didn't even have the chance to enter the 9th level, but he still wanted to bring everyone in. Ha ha ha. Interesting It's getting more and more interesting. Chapter 3581. If you have a mind to condemn someone, you can easily find a pretext. I'm not an expert on the divine list, nor am I the city lord, but I do have the supreme snowstorm token. Lin Ling also took out his trump card. Actually, he wanted to take it out from the very beginning, but he didn't expect that the old man would be so overbearing, causing him to not have the chance to take it out. After that, Lin Ling threw the token at the old man. The old man frowned and took the token to check, but he couldn't see anything. Supreme Snow Wind token? He had never even heard of it. However, he was still cautious. He asked, "Is this the jade plate of the gods list?" "No." Lin Ling shook his head. Bang! The old man threw the jade pendant to the ground and stomped on it. "Bastard, you don't have a jade pendant on the divine list. What are you doing? You're testing my patience. Fine, I'll give you 3 punishments. Which one do you want? Dismemberment by 5 horses, death by 1,000 cuts, or sky lanterns?" "Senior, this person is truly audacious. You magnanimously gave him a chance, but he didn't cherish it and even threatened to trample on you. Such a bandit should be punished according to the city's rules." Duan Wu Zhan added insult to injury. The old man became more and more furious, as if he couldn't put down his face. He jumped up and grabbed towards Lin Ling. 3 punishments. Have you made your choice?" Seeing this scene, everyone revealed looks of watching a good show. Now that the senior was enraged, how were Lin Ling and the others supposed to face him? "Old man, do you want to die?" However, before the old man could reach Lin Ling, the young demon lord, Majin Tianzi, and the others had already made their moves, unleashing their full strength to resist the old man. Rumble. The rumbling sounds continued, causing many people in the distance to be shocked. No one had expected that someone would actually dare to behave atrociously at a time like this. In fact, the old man did not think that Lin Ling would dare to resist. He was simply courting death. "You're all dead." The old man uttered a furious roar. However, even though he was a peak martial progenitor realm expert, young Master Beast and the others were not weak either. It would be difficult for him to catch Lin Ling in a short period of time. "Brother Ling," Xian Yuan Gu bellowed and activated a page of scripture to suppress the old man. This caused the pressure on the old man to increase once again. Brother Ling, upon seeing this, Yu also drew her devouring sword of fortune. "Yu, I'll do it." However, Lin Ling stopped her. Once the sword was unleashed, how could that old man still be alive? Moreover, it was just an old man. Lin Ling would not use the heaven-devouring good fortune sword. Grand Brahma art of punishment. Lin Ling bellowed in his heart. He wanted to test the power of the divine steps. Suddenly, a strange power appeared, covering the surrounding 100 meters. All the martial artists within this range felt a sense of powerlessness rise up in their hearts. That feeling was as if he had met a god. When they looked at Lin Ling again, he was like a god at this moment. This strange feeling made many people's faces change greatly. However, Lin Ling sensed that his soul force was crazily burning and weakening, so he also used this power to attack the old man. Puff! The old man felt as if he was trapped in a cage, so his methods were sealed. World. That's right. It was as if he had entered another person's world. By the time he reacted, a blue-robed youth was already standing in front of him. The youth looked at him coldly and raised his right hand high. Pow! A slap landed on his face. If you don't understand, don't ask. Is this how your heavenly sword city's city lord taught you to do things? Pow! Another slap landed on his face. If you don't even know the supreme token, what qualifications do you have to guard the platform? Pow! The third slap arrived. You're already so old, yet you're being sowed discord. Such a mind is a disgrace to the reputation of the heavenly sword city. After the 3 slaps, the steps of wisdom disappeared at the same time. This made Lin Ling sigh. This power was strong, but the time it lasted was too short. Looking around, everyone gradually recovered, but their eyes were still confused. That power from before was so magical. However, this power came from Lin Ling. They obviously didn't believe it. On the contrary, They stare at the old man who had been slapped 3 times, and their expressions changed drastically. Lin Ling hit that senior? It's over. It's really over this time. Originally, they all thought that Lin Ling was finished when he talked back to that senior, but who knew that Lin Ling still dared to hit him, and hit his face. This guy. Even young Demon Lord and the others were shocked. Then, they laughed bitterly, knowing that it would be difficult to leave the city later. Lin Ling's steps of wisdom disappeared, and the old man broke free from the power of young Demon Lord and the others. At this moment, he stood up, his long hair fluttering wildly as he stared at Lin Ling like a madman. This kid hit his face? Moreover, in front of so many people? He laughed, and he laughed out of anger. 3 ways to die, 5 horses to tear you apart, death by 1,000 cuts, and a sky lantern. Which one do you choose? This time, the fury on the old man's body was about to materialize. He took a step forward, causing the earth to tremble. The supreme snow wind, token beneath his feet, emitted cracking sounds as he stepped on it. This was his territory, the Heaven Sword City. He didn't believe that Lin Ling and the others could stir up any waves. Seeing the old man's rage, Lin Ling frowned, but he looked more at the token under the old man's feet. Then he was stunned. The token was given to him by the dean of the Snow Wind Academy. He had once said that seeing the token was like seeing the dean, but now the token was stepped on by someone, and no one recognized it. Could it be that the dean was lying? 3 ways to die have you chosen? Seeing Lin Ling's silence, the old man thought that Lin Ling was completely afraid and regretted it. However, regret and fear were useless. They couldn't extinguish his anger. Therefore, he attacked again. Rolling up his realm essence, he grabbed at Lin Ling. Bastard! But at this moment, a fierce shout suddenly sounded. A sword came from the horizon and slashed in front of the old man, causing the earth to shake. Everyone focused their eyes and realized that an ancient sword had been stabbed into the ground. On the hilt of the sword, a slender figure stood there indifferently with his hands behind his back. City Lord. Seeing that person, the old man's expression changed greatly, and he immediately knelt down. It is our Heaven Sword City's honor that Miao Shun's true disciple chose our Heaven Sword City to hold conference. But look at you! At such a critical moment, you actually caused a battle in Heaven Sword City, causing the entire city to be in turmoil. How should you be punished? The figure standing there was a refined, middle-aged man, but his voice was not refined at all. It was filled with monstrous anger. This anger made everyone tremble in fear, but Duan Tianzhan and the others were even more excited. Even the city lord had taken action. Ha ha! Unless Lin Ling was the dean of the academy, there was no reason for him to not die. City lord, it's not my fault. That kid is too arrogant, lawless, and disrespectful. He even threatened to destroy the city. The old man knelt on the ground and kept kowtowing. That's right, City Lord, we can all testify. Duan Tianzhan and the others immediately echoed. The scholarly middle-aged man frowned because he actually sensed a familiar aura here. It was the power of divinity. However, he also looked at Lin Ling, and at the same time, he searched for treasures with the characteristics of divinity. If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. Chapter 3582. A supreme snow wind token of poor quality. How dare you be so arrogant in front of the city lord? The old man roared. We can all testify to this. They were aggressive, so Lin Ling resisted. Young Master Yao and the others stepped forward and said angrily, Ha ha, you seem to be on the same side as him. Do you think it's convincing if you testify? However, just as young Master Yao and the others finished speaking, Duan Tianzhan also said sarcastically, no matter what, they would not let Lin Ling off the hook. And from the looks of it, Lin Ling did not have any hope of getting off the hook. Ha ha ha. At this thought, Duan Tianzhan, Duan Wuzhan, and the others could not help but laugh. However, no matter how much they said, the scholarly middle-aged man was not moved at all. His brows were tightly knitted, and he was still searching for something. God's power. He sensed that there was a God's power here, and this power was hidden in some kind of treasure. and God's power was not to be underestimated. Every person who had this kind of power was like a titan in the final world. Wait, this token is... Suddenly, the scholarly middle-aged man pointed at the old man's feet, and his eyes narrowed in disbelief. The old man was stunned. He looked at his feet and immediately smiled. City Lord, this token is what that kid relied on. At first, I thought it was a Divine List Jade token, but when I took a look, it was not gold but white. The quality is not good, and I could tell it's a fake. He said it very firmly, because, with his eyesight, he had indeed never seen such a token before. With that, Duan Tianzhan also stared at the jade token and chuckled. Now that you mention it, I really do notice it. This white token looks quite big, even bigger than the Divine List Jade token. However, its surface is dull. Indeed, the workmanship is not good. Haha, can a big piece mean anything? If that's the case, wouldn't it be even more intimidating if our Divine List Jade token was made into a shield the size of shield? Ha 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 ha. Duan Wuzhan and the others took out their own jade tokens and compared them, and then they laughed contemptuously. However, compared to their laughter, the scholarly middle-aged man was shocked. This token is that kid's? Unfortunately, this shock was not noticed by the old man. He stood up and said righteously, City Lord, this token is obviously that brat's. He wanted to deceive me into entering the 9th level, but my fiery eyes of truth saw through it. Speaking of which, this brat is not even willing to put in the effort to deceive others. He wants to enter the 9th level with such a poor quality token? Does he think I don't exist? However, just as he finished speaking, a wave of sword energy surged toward him and blew him away. He crashed into the wall of the heavenly sword tower. Puff! He even spat out a mouthful of blood. The old man was completely dumbfounded. He did not know what had just happened. However, the scholarly middle-aged man didn't pay any attention to him. He strode forward, picked up the token, and personally wiped off the dust on it. He even wiped it several times. In the end, when he saw the word Supreme on the token, his expression finally changed dramatically. The old man didn't bother to wipe the blood from his mouth. His face was full of suspicion, especially when he saw the city lord carefully wipe away the dust from the token. His eyes narrowed. What happened to the city lord? Wiping the token was actually more careful than wiping his own sword? Even Duan Tianzhan and the others had their mouths agape. Those who didn't know would think that the token belonged to the city lord. However, after the scholarly middle-aged man wiped the token clean, he immediately walked toward Lin Ling. Then, he said solemnly, Sir, how should I address you? Sir? Hearing that, the old man, Duan Tianzhan, and the others' eyes trembled. That was a form of address only for peers. Lin Ling was just a kid, and the city lord was the city lord of a main city. Why did Lin Ling have to be a peer? I am Lin Ling. Lin Ling frowned. He was still upset that the Supreme Snow Wind token was useless. So it's Brother Lin. Haha, I feel like old friends at first sight. How about we call each other brothers from now on? You can call me Brother Tian. The scholarly middle-aged man suddenly laughed and said casually, Brother? This time, the old man and the others' hearts exploded. Their eyeballs almost fell to the ground. Sir, that was a form of address for peers. Brother? That was even more exaggerated. It was practically half a life-and-death friend. Speaking of which, the city lord was so powerful, yet he treated Lin Ling as a life-and-death friend? Brother, give me a slap. I feel like I'm dreaming. Duan Tianzhan muttered. Slap. Duan Wuzhan really gave him a slap, breaking a few of Duan Tianzhan's teeth. Then, Duan Wuzhan also slapped himself, because he also felt like he was dreaming. City Lord, did you get the wrong person? This kid is still wet behind the ears. He's your brother? The old man also felt like he was dreaming. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the sword wave came again. The impact caused the old man to spit out blood and fly back more than 10 meters. At this moment, the scholarly middle-aged man was furious. Of course, he recognized it. This was the Supreme Snow Wind token, which represented supreme status. Seeing the token was like seeing the dean. In the 36 academies, there were very, very few such tokens. Every one of the holders was a person of great status. From another perspective, Lin Ling was a dean, a person of virtue and prestige. However, such a dean was humiliated in the main city of the scholarly middle-aged man. Even if he really had no friendship with Lin Ling, if Lin Ling went back and told the Snow Wind Academy, the Snow Wind Academy would definitely settle the score with him. Although he was not afraid, but he was in the wrong. Moreover, to dare humiliate a dean, the powerhouses of the other 36 academies would probably not agree. This was also the reason why the scholarly middle-aged man lost his composure. Most importantly, that old man actually stepped on the supreme Snow Wind token under his feet and stepped on it until it was covered in dust. Did this mean that he wanted to trample the Snow Wind Academy under his feet? Thinking of this, the scholarly middle-aged man's forehead broke out in cold sweat. You said before that Brother Lin could go to the 9th floor if he wanted to, and he could bring whoever he wanted, and he would dare to destroy the city, right? The scholarly middle-aged man looked at the old man and said, but at this moment he was no longer scholarly and was full of majesty. Yes, the old man was not a fool. He had already sensed that something was wrong, because it had been a long time since he had seen the city lord lose his composure. Let me tell you, Brother Lin can go wherever he wants. Not to mention who he brings. Even if he brings tens of thousands of people, my Heaven Sword City will welcome him. As for destroying the city, let him destroy it. The scholarly middle-aged man roared. Plop! The old man was so frightened that he fell to the ground, his gaze also looking at Lin Ling. The city lord had personally agreed, and that brat could destroy the city at will? This was too crazy. What was the background of this kid? What was the origin of that token? He thought of how he had solemnly said that the token was a fake and that the quality was very poor. Now, he was so embarrassed that he wanted to dig a hole and hide in it. As for the arrogance and tyranny on his body, it had all disappeared at this moment. Instead, it was a bitter smile, regret, and fear. Such an expression undoubtedly shocked the surrounding people. You've already made a big mistake. I can't help you. Chapter 3583. Face slapping. Towards Lin Ling, he had given him enough face. After all, he was the one in the wrong, and Lin Ling was not an aggressive person. The city lord of Sky Sword City had given him enough face. If he killed the old man, it would also affect his relationship with the city lord. Immediately, he took the token from the refined middle-aged man and walked towards the old man step by step. When the old man saw Lin Ling walking over, his face turned pale with fright. He knew that if Lin Ling wanted to kill him, he could only stand there and be killed. Not to mention resisting. He wouldn't even dare to move a finger. You said before that I have 3 ways to die, right? Lin Ling stood in front of the old man and said indifferently. The old man didn't dare to look directly at Lin Ling, so he could only lower his head and say, "Raise your head." Lin Ling shouted coldly. The old man didn't dare to refuse and quickly raised his head. However, just as he raised his head, a slap landed on his face. Slap. It was very crisp. The sound shocked everyone's hearts. What a thick-skinned person. He actually hit me until my hand hurts. However, Lin Ling's voice also floated out, causing everyone to be speechless. Speaking of which, the old man's face hasn't even cried out in pain, but your hand is already crying out in pain. You said before that I have 3 ways to die. The supreme token appeared in Lin Ling's hand. Then, he grabbed the supreme token and slapped the old man's face. Dismemberment by 5 horses? Slap. His voice was clearly more straightforward than using his palm. The old man spat out blood from the slap. Death by 1,000 cuts? Slap. The second slap messed up the old man's hair. Sky Lantern? Slap. The third slap made the old man spit out a mouthful of teeth. Most importantly, he still had a smile in front of Lin Ling. As expected, it's better to use other things to slap the face. After the 3 slaps, Lin Ling waved the token in his hand, causing the surrounding people to be even more speechless. That guy's counterattack was fierce enough. You said before that the quality of this token is not good? Lin Ling asked the old man after he was done. The old man stared at the token and felt a sweet taste in his throat. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood. The originally dirty jade tablet became brighter and brighter after being wiped clean by the city lord. Now, after slapping his face, it was actually as dazzling as the blazing sun. It could be said that it had blinded his eyes. Is this because the quality is not good enough? Puff! A mouthful of blood finally spurted out from his mouth, reaching as far as 5 meters away. The previously insufferably arrogant old man fell on his back and fainted from anger. Awesome! Young Demon Master and the others laughed excitedly when they saw this. Although killing the old man didn't seem to be a big problem, killing the old man was obviously not as satisfying as slapping him unconscious. Duan Tianzhan, where are you going? At this moment, Lin Ling suddenly shouted. In the crowd, Duan Tianzhan actually wanted to escape. After being yelled at by Lin Ling, he could only return with his tail between his legs. Get over here, Lin Ling shouted in a low voice. Duan Tianzhan immediately looked at his brother. Unfortunately, Duan Wuzhan didn't dare to provoke Lin Ling at this moment. He could only grit his teeth and say, "Go over, brother." Duan Tianzhan immediately felt that the end was near. He could only lower his head and walk towards Lin Ling. Didn't you shout very loudly just now? Now, shout again for me to see. Duan Tianzhan had just walked over when Lin Ling held the token and slapped it horizontally across. This slap instantly knocked out a mouthful of Duan Tianzhan's teeth. However, even the old man didn't dare to resist, let alone Duan Tianzhan. Weren't you very talkative just now? Say it again for me to see. Lin Ling slapped him again. In the distance, Duan Wuzhan was so angry that his body trembled. Lin Ling was doing this on purpose. In front of everyone. No, most importantly, in front of him. He was slapping his brother's face. However, he could only watch and couldn't move. Such humiliation was comparable to killing one's father. Weren't you very good at farting just now? Now fart again for me to see. Smack! The third slap sent Duan Tianzhan flying more than 10 meters away. At this moment, Duan Tianzhan was in a sorry state. He didn't have a single tooth, his long hair was messy, his nose was broken, and his face was covered in blood. However, his eyes were filled with resentment. Originally, he had come to watch Lin Ling make a fool of himself. However, in the end, he didn't know where Lin Ling got such a token from, but it actually turned the tables and slapped him in the face. He couldn't accept it. He couldn't accept it at all. Lin Ling was just a piece of trash from the Godslayer Alliance, and he was of the Duan family bloodline. Why was it that in the final world, this piece of trash was doing better than him, a member of the Duan family bloodline? You lost the bet just now. Now, get out of Sky Sword City. Lin Ling put away the Supreme Snow Wind token and said to Duan Tianzhan calmly. Duan Tianzhan really didn't want to leave. He had heard that a treasure would be auctioned in this divine weapon contest, and that treasure was very suitable for him. It was the greatest possibility for him to become stronger. He had originally wanted to use that treasure to increase his strength and suppress Lin Ling. But now he was going to be chased away. Not only did he lose the opportunity to enter the 9th level, but he also lost the right to participate in the auction. One had to know that such an auction was only held once every 100 years. 1. Lin Ling didn't waste any time and calmly counted off. In his heart, Duan Tianzhan was just an ant that couldn't even enter Lin Ling's eyes. However, if Duan Tianzhan didn't leave, Lin Ling didn't mind killing him in this city. With the Supreme Snow Wind token, what did he have to fear? Lin Ling, you got guts. Duan Tianzhan cursed under his breath. Finally, with bloodshot eyes, he dragged his pathetic body and fled. I'm so angry. Seeing his younger brother being bullied like this, Duan Tianzhan's body trembled. Even his friends behind him felt it was unfair for him, but what could they do? Although Lin Ling wasn't an expert on the divine role, at least in Heavensword City, it wasn't difficult for him to play them to death. Let's go. Without stopping, Duan Tianzhan left with resentment in his heart. Come, Brother Lin. You're going to the 9th level, right? I'll personally send you up. The scholarly middle-aged man also walked toward Lin Ling with a smile. "Thank you, Brother Heaven." Lin Ling immediately bowed. The scholarly middle-aged man waved his hand and personally summoned a platform to bring Lin Ling and the others to the 9th level. Wow, the city lord personally came to welcome him. A big shot. This is a big shot. Wow, that treatment seems to be the treatment of a dean. But that kid is so young. How can he be a dean? Wow. As expected of the #1 record holder of the Divine Tower, Lin Ling. Wow. Everyone looked admiringly at the floating platform and secretly clenched their fists. When would they be able to enjoy such glory? The platform slowly rose into the air. On the platform, the scholarly middle-aged man looked at Lin Ling as if they were old friends, smiling as he spoke. Young Beast Lord and the others were secretly shocked. The token in Lin Ling's hand was too big of a deal. Brother Lin is from Snow Wind Academy. Haha, Snow Wind City's city, Lord Xianxia and I are old friends. If Brother Lin encounters any trouble in Snow Wind City, you could go find Xianxia. The scholarly middle-aged man laughed. Thank you, Brother Heaven. Chapter 3584. Reaching the 9th floor. Oh, the scholarly middle-aged man was surprised. Not only does this Lin Ling have a supreme token, but he also knows Mayor Tsong. Looks like I was too rash. Mayor Tsong has a good relationship with you, so he should be your guide. The scholarly middle-aged man asked curiously. Guide? You can say that, but he usually calls me Young Lord. Lin Ling remembered that the scholarly middle-aged man had a good relationship with Mayor Tsong, so he did not hide too much. Chi-chi. However, the moment his words fell, the scholarly middle-aged man couldn't help sucking in a breath of cold air. Young Lord? Snow Wind City's mayor called this young man Young Lord? What is this young man's background? He looked deeply at Lin Ling and realized that Lin Ling was more complicated than he had imagined. At that moment, he once again bowed to Lin Ling. It's elder brother who has been reckless again. To tell you the truth, elder brother Tian, my name is Tian Baohe, a former student of the Snow Wind Academy. The vice principal has shown me great kindness. So that's how it is. Lin Ling suddenly understood. No wonder old brother Tian was so polite to him. After all, although he had the supreme token, it was only enough to make old brother Tian treat him as a peer. It was not enough for old brother Tian to kill his own people for him. But now everything was clear. Because of Snow Wind Academy, it could be said that if Lin Ling had the E-Garden's supreme token, the treatment he received would not be so good. How about this? In the Divine Artifact competition later, Brother Lin can use my name to buy 3 treasures at any price. Just treat it as my contribution to Snow Wind Academy. How about it? The scholarly middle-aged man said. Hearing this, young Beast Lord and the rest's faces changed. 3 treasures. The value of these treasures was definitely not cheap. However, they also understood after thinking about it. Not only was Mayor Tian repaying Snow Wind Academy's kindness, he was also trying to establish a good relationship. This also meant that if Lin Ling fancied a treasure, even if it was just a piece of Emperor Crystal, he could easily buy it, and the difference in price would be covered by Mayor Tian. As for the preemptive rights, Brother Lin has the Supreme Snow Wind token, so you don't need my help. With this token, you have the qualifications to seize the treasure first. The scholarly middle-aged man laughed. Thank you, Brother Heaven. Lin Ling did not argue. After all, he was indeed in need of royal crystals. Ha ha! Seeing Lin Ling nod, the scholarly middle-aged man was even happier. He was afraid that Lin Ling would refuse. When I return to the Wind Snow Academy, if you see the vice headmaster, please remember to put in a few good words for me. Also, please mention me to Mayor Tsong as much as you can. Brother Tian, I'll be counting on you. The scholarly middle-aged man smiled and said carefully, No problem. However, since Lin Ling had agreed, the middle-aged man's happiness gradually turned into excitement. The platform slowly moved towards the 9th level. Not long after, Mayor Tian bid farewell and left. Lin Ling led young Beast Lord and the rest to the 9th level. Young Beast Lord and the rest sighed in their hearts. In the past, when they were in the 9 states, it was mostly them who helped Lin Ling. However, in the final world, Lin Ling continued to grow. His speed was a few hundred times faster than theirs. Now, they had to rely on Lin Ling's blessings. But soon after, they were incomparably happy and proud. This was because Lin Ling was also one of the 4 leaders of the Godslayer Alliance. The stronger Lin Ling was, the stronger the Godslayer Alliance would be. Young Beast Lord, I think you'll have to give your first leader position to Lin Ling. On the way, Majin Tianzi secretly mocked him. As long as the Godslayer Alliance can be stronger, I'm willing to be a small fry, let alone the first leader. Young Beast Lord didn't care at all, nor was he jealous. To him, he had always been proud and arrogant. There weren't many people who could earn his respect, and Lin Ling was one of them. As they walked along the corridor, a huge ring-shaped plaza appeared in front of them. The ring-shaped plaza had a total of 9 levels. Lin Ling and the rest were on the 9th level. Moreover, there were many private rooms on the 9th level. Those who could enter the private rooms were all super big shots in the final world. When Lin Ling and the rest appeared on the 9th level, they immediately attracted the attention of many people. Wow, they brought so many people up at once. Those people must be big shots. They're not just big shots. They're practically big shots. Do you see that young man in the lead? His name is Lin Ling. Lin Ling? He's Lin Ling? The first record holder of the Ethereal Tower? Speaking of which, our president just asked yesterday what's on the 9th level. A large number of voices could be heard on the 9th level. Most of the people who had appeared were experts from the 36 academies. Of course, there were also the Duke's residents and the various major powers in the final world. However, even the Duke's residents and the other major powers had heard of Lin Ling's name. This is strange. Although Lin Ling passed the 3 tests, he just became an expert of the God's Hall. He hasn't even entered the God ranking yet. Why is he on the 9th level? What's strange about that? He must have gotten in through the back door. However, even though the Ethereal Tower's record is amazing, the final world is all about strength. Compared to the experts on the God ranking, Lin Ling is still much weaker. Indeed, perhaps he's just here to watch the show. All sorts of voices could be heard. Unfortunately, Lin Ling ignored them and continued walking forward with Yu Yu and the rest. Lin Ling, Du Cho Wuzun, Young Beast Lord said in a low voice. On the 9th level, 2 bone-chilling gazes were directed at them. It was Du Cho and the rest. Like us, they have just entered the God ranking. They shouldn't be qualified to come to the 9th level. Prince Emojin said to Du Cho and Wuzun. Like us, they must have relied on others to bring them in. Young Beast Lord said with a faint smile. It wasn't difficult for him to guess. At this moment, Du Cho and Wuzun were glaring at Lin Ling and the other 2. The anger in their eyes couldn't be concealed at all. This was because they had always been above Young Beast Lord and Wuzun. Even Du Cho and Prince Emojin had almost been crippled by them. However, in the Ethereal Tower, Prince Emojin had surpassed Wuzun and defeated Du Cho. He had left them with a huge humiliation. They couldn't tolerate this humiliation. They couldn't tolerate it at all. Not only that, but Lin Ling, who was with Young Beast Lord and the rest, had even defeated Duan Wuhan and Lord Long, breaking the first record of the Ethereal Tower. Therefore, the more they saw the Godslayer Alliance's trio doing well, the more uncomfortable they felt. I didn't expect these 3 country bumpkins to be qualified to come here. Du Cho muttered to himself. Didn't you hear what they said? The 3 of them are just here to watch the show. They can't afford to buy anything. Wuzun said arrogantly, adding insult to injury. That's true. With their background, they can't afford to buy anything, nor are they qualified to snatch anything. They can only watch the show and look up to others. Du Cho laughed. Losers, what nonsense are you talking about? Chapter 3585. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo, Studio 8 Divine Spears. Du Cho and his companion were fuming with anger. No matter how arrogant they pretended to be, no matter how much they looked down on Lin Ling's group, they had lost to Lin Ling's group. That was an unchangeable fact. Don't waste your breath on these clowns. Let's go. There are empty seats over there. Let's go sit there. Lin Ling said as he led the group forward. Originally, Lin Ling could have entered the private room, but the atmosphere outside was obviously better, so Lin Ling didn't plan to enter any private room. Looks like it's not just Du Qiao. Duan Wuzhan is also here and is staring at us with ill intentions. Moreover, there are many people from the Duan family and the new heavenly court here. They should also want to watch us make a fool of ourselves. Lin Ling said as he walked. Young Yao and the others nodded. These were all old rivals of the Godslayer Alliance. It wasn't strange for them to target them. At that moment, Lin Ling sensed an angry gaze. He quietly looked over and saw a handsome, fair-skinned man. Lin Ling didn't know this man. However, Lin Ling could sense that the man was looking at him with hostility. Most importantly, Lin Ling saw that the man seemed to be from the Snow Wind Academy. However, Lin Ling quickly shook his head. There were too many people who were hostile to him. It didn't make a difference if there was one more or one less. It's Lin Ling. The fair-skinned man was Kagura. When he saw Lin Ling, he was so angry that his nose trembled. This was because he was the top assassin of the Flying Dragon organization. He was known as the King of Assassins, the 19 kills expert. Therefore, when he found out that Lin Ling was in the Snow Wind Academy, he had been thinking of ways to assassinate Lin Ling and ruin Lin Ling's plans. However, in the end, not only did he not see Lin Ling fall, but he saw Lin Ling rise step by step. This was especially true when Lin Ling came back from the Holy Temple with a dazzling radiance that lasted for millions of years. At that time, he felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife. As for Lin Ling, Kagura would definitely find an opportunity to step on him and kill him. Not long after, the lively auction gradually quieted down, because the auction had officially begun. The first to come out was an old man who was a true disciple of Miao Shan. This person was highly respected, and his soul force was extremely powerful. He was the host of this event. It was the true inheritance of Miao Shan, the gathering place of boundary masters. It was said that even the Duan family, the #1 family in the world, did not dare to provoke them. Miao Di gave him a lot of face. In the end, it was because Miao Shan's true legacy included 90% of the medicinal pills, 90% of the weapons, and 90% of the grand formations. On the other hand, Miao Shan's boundary masters spent their entire lives studying weapons and rarely went out. The treasures they forged would be auctioned once every 100 years. Every time they appeared, it would cause a huge sensation in the final world. This was because if one could obtain Miao Shan's divine weapon, it would also mean that one would obtain the key to becoming an expert. In this auction, it was said that 10 divine weapons would be auctioned. Thank you for giving me face. Old He, will not waste any more words. Let the auction begin. The first item to be auctioned is one of the 18 Tua Shin bloodlines. This treasure has been in Miao Shan's warehouse for 100,000 years. 10 years ago, it was cleaned up, so it was decided to be auctioned. The old man said with a smile. Miao Shan's true legacy was not only a place of producing divine weapons, but also a place of producing treasures due to the accumulation of countless treasures. One of the 18 Tua Shen bloodlines. Some people were puzzled. Tu means heaviness, solidity, and perfection of virtue. The same goes for Buddha. Vast wisdom is immeasurable, achieving the great Tao of the void. These 18 Tua Shun bloodlines are one of the bloodlines of deities. It is also the seed of an ultimate desolate body. The possessor has a 60% chance of obtaining an ultimate desolate body, one of the 18 Tua Shun bloodlines. The old man raised his hand, and a golden relic floated up. Its light illuminated the entire 9th floor. Many people were in an uproar. This was the seed of an ultimate desolate body. Brotherling, do you want this ultimate desolate body? If you give it to you. On the 9th floor, Yu immediately asked in anticipation. Lin Ling was also astonished at the power of the seed. However, after sensing it, he shook his head. This seed is useful for ordinary people, but I have checked it. Its limit is only at the 4th grade. As for the talent we want to give to Yer, How could it be a mere 4th grade? Furthermore, is out training. Perhaps he will have a better harvest due to his opportunities. Upon hearing this, Yu and the rest immediately nodded. They also felt that a 4th grade was too low. However, to many warriors on the 9th floor and below, this was a pretty good treasure. In the 9 prefectures, there were very few people who had an ultimate desolate body. If they obtained a seed, they would have a 60% chance of becoming an expert, and many of them had been entrusted with the task of purchasing supreme grade treasures. Naturally, they would not miss out on this opportunity. All right, this seed starting price is 5 million royal crystals. The old man's voice floated out. 8 million royal crystals. 10 million. 15 million. 23 million. Finally, it was bought by an expert with 23 million royal crystals. This expert might have left it for his family or auctioned it off in the 9 prefectures. However, the price would definitely be higher than 23 million. After the first treasure was sold, the second treasure followed. Furthermore, this was the highlight of the show. One of the top 10 divine weapons. 8 Division Divine Spear, a divine weapon forged by Master Alagaya. Its power is limitless. Ghost Chi, Demonic Chi, Fiendish Chi, and Murderous Chi are all gathered into one. It greatly increases the user's defense and ancestral power. It also has a 1% chance of activating 10% of divine power. A 4-colored spear floated out, causing the Sky Sword Pagoda to sway a little. Everyone could sense the terrifying power of the divine spear. Their eyes instantly burned with desire. It could be said that the divine spear could instantly double the strength of an ordinary expert. It was 10 times stronger. 8 Division Divine Spear. Duan Wuxian's eyes burned with desire. He was here for this. If he could get his hands on this spear, he would be able to go further on the stairway to heaven. For the upcoming stairway to heaven battle, he was determined to get this divine spear. Moreover, Duan Wuhan had become stronger. As one of the twin prides, if he did not become stronger, the Duan clan would laugh at him. "It's mine!" Duan Wuxian shouted in a low voice. At this moment, Lin Ling was also staring at the long spear. He nodded slightly and said, "Not bad." He felt that the long spear was only slightly weaker than his true inheritance, the dark sword. However, Lin Ling already had 2 divine weapons, so he did not intend to fight for it. 8 Division Divine Spear. However, Prince Majin gasped. This made Lin Ling's eyes light up. Prince Majin seemed to want the divine spear very much. And that was indeed the case. Emperor Grojin looked at Lin Ling with a burning gaze. "Lin Ling, I'll pay for this long spear. Can you help me get it?" "No problem. I'll definitely help you." Lin Ling had the supreme snow wind token, so he had the priority to fight for the treasures. Chapter 3586. A miracle had really happened. Hearing this, Prince of Gold couldn't help but become excited. However, he wasn't good with words, so he would remember this favor in his heart. As soon as the divine spear appeared, the auction also became lively and noisy. The starting price of the divine spear had reached 1 billion in a short period of time, and it was still rising. Everyone felt that 1 billion for a divine spear was not a loss. It was even worth 10 billion. 2 billion royal crystals. I'm from the Duan family, and I used to be one of the 2 prides of the Duan family. I hope everyone will give me some face. If you fight with me, I can play with you even if it's 30 billion. Brother. At this moment, Duan Wuxian stood up and shouted in a low voice. The 9th level Heavenly Sword Pagoda instantly fell silent. They had no choice but to give the Duan family face. It was obviously not a good choice to rashly offend the ultimate world's #1 family. Moreover, there were still 9 divine weapons. The 8 divine spear would be given to the Duan family. As for the old man, he narrowed his eyes slightly. He didn't know Duan Wuxian, but he had heard of the ultimate world's #1 family, so he nodded and smiled. It seems that no one is bidding. Then the 8 divine spear will belong to the Duan family. However, before he finished speaking, a faint voice floated out. "Wait, I want this 8 divine spear." You want it? The ninth-level Heavenly Sword Pagoda seemed to be earth-shattering. Following that, waves of laughter resounded like the waves of the sea. This Lin Ling was from the countryside, right? He didn't even bid, and didn't care about who came first. Did he think that the true inheritance of Miaoshan was owned by his family? Ha! Duan Wuzhan stared at Lin Ling as if he was an idiot. Lin Ling, let me tell you, I've had my eyes on this 8 divine spear since a year ago. You want it just because you say you want it? Dream on. He almost roared out the last 3 words. Perhaps he was venting his anger because his brother had been driven away. In my opinion, people like him who don't follow the rules should be driven out of here. That's right, he won't pay, but he wants it just because he wants it. That's too overbearing. Du Chou and Wu Zun also spoke up. The two of them knew that Lin Ling seemed to use a sword, so that divine spear was definitely not bought for them. And among the few of them, the one who was most likely to obtain the divine spear was none other than the Golden Son of Heaven. Therefore, they did not want the Golden Son of Heaven to obtain the 8 divine spear and become stronger. This was because they all wanted to surpass Prince Emojin. My friend, the godly spear has already been bought. You are still 1 step too late. At this moment, the old man looked indifferently at Lin Ling. He didn't know Lin Ling, but Duan Wuzhan was of the Duan clan's bloodline, so he would definitely side with the latter. What do you mean by a step late? I've already bid before Senior made his decision, so the godly spear hasn't been won yet. However, Lin Ling was expressionless and fearless as he spoke. At this moment, the old man's expression turned ugly. In any case, he was still a true disciple of Miaoshan. This mere brat actually dared to not give him face. You bid? What a joke. I've never heard you bid. Moreover, you really won the godly spear. First, you bid higher than me. 100 million each time. Do you hear me clearly? 100 million. Duan Wuzhan sneered and mocked Lin Ling for being poor. Lin Ling glanced at him indifferently and finally shouted, 2 billion and 1 imperial crystal. Everyone was shocked again. 1 more imperial crystal? Was this Lin Ling deliberately causing trouble? Sir, the starting price is 100 million each time. The old man was also furious. Was he playing with him? He looked coldly at Lin Ling. If you continue to cause trouble, I have the right to kick you out. Moreover, you will never be able to participate in the convention again. Everyone in the auction house couldn't help but laugh. In their opinion, Lin Ling was just playing to the gallery. However, now that he had kicked an iron plate, it was time for him to obediently bow his head and admit his mistake. What a pitiful person. Everything was fine, but he just had to embarrass himself. Perhaps he wouldn't die if he didn't ask for it. Just when everyone thought that Lin Ling didn't dare to bid, Lin Ling said again, I've already bid. I want this godly spear. Nobody can stop me. He was still persisting? He hadn't backed down. Wasn't Lin Ling afraid of being kicked out of the convention forever? There was no doubt that Lin Ling's stubbornness had shocked everyone. Even Duan Wuzhan couldn't help but admire Lin Ling's boldness. However, he also stood up and said in an extremely domineering manner, Men, kick this person out. He will never be able to participate in the convention again. He thought of himself as the host of the convention. However, he believed that even if he didn't speak, the elder would speak. That was indeed the case. The old man's face had already darkened. He hadn't seen such an arrogant person in a long time. Men come, he shouted angrily. However, at that moment, a good-looking woman walked over quickly and whispered something into the old man's ear. The old man's initial anger gradually turned into shock, and finally, reverence. His gaze was fixed on Lin Ling. This undoubtedly puzzled everyone, especially Duan Wuzhan. However, he didn't care. In his opinion, unless a miracle happened, how could Lin Ling be safe and sound? The convention had been held for so many years. Rules were always the most important. Without rules, nothing could be accomplished. This 8-part godly weapon belongs to this young friend. Finally, the old man's voice sounded. Thank you, elder. Duan Wuzhan couldn't help but stand up. He was extremely excited. He was even prepared to hear the cheers of his friends behind him. However, His friends beside him didn't speak. Their expressions even changed greatly. This made Duan Wuzhan frown. Only then did he look at the old man. He was shocked to find that the old man wasn't pointing at him, but at Lin Ling. Not him. What the fuck? What was going on? Young friend, I was neglectful before. I hope you don't take it to heart. Now, you've won the 8-part godly spear with 2,000,000,001 imperial crystals. Congratulations. When the old man looked at Lin Ling, a kind smile appeared on his face. Earlier, he had been informed that Lin Ling had a Paragon's medallion, and as the dean, he had the right to seize treasures first. According to the rules, the treasure naturally belonged to Lin Ling. Moreover, those who had the supreme token were all-important figures. Although the Duan family couldn't be underestimated, Duan Wuzhan couldn't compare to Lin Ling. Moreover, Duan Wuzhan couldn't represent the entire Duan family. Therefore, the old man was naturally on Lin Ling's side. Lin Ling immediately nodded. He wasn't surprised by this result. However, everyone was surprised. Everyone was dumbfounded. Even Duan Wuzhan was dumbfounded. Previously, he had thought that unless a miracle happened, a miracle had indeed happened. Chapter 3587. I've taken a liking to it. He had relied on the 8 divine spear. But now, all his dreams had gone down the drain. How could he accept it? Senior, I clearly bid for this divine spear first, and he only added an emperor crystal. Why does the divine spear belong to him? Roar. Duan Wuzhan roared at the old man. All right, I've decided. So, let's prepare the next treasure. Roar. However, the old man said expressionlessly. A simple sentence had directly killed Duan Wuzhan's many years of hard work, causing him to almost go crazy. Damn, old man, give me an explanation. I'm the Saint Rider of the 3 Talismans God. Did you hear me? 3 talismans. I'm one of the 2 prides of the Duan clan. Are you afraid? Sell the divine spear to me immediately, or I'll make sure you can't leave Heaven's Sword City. Roar. Duan Wuzhan roared. This time, everyone was shocked. Duan Wuzhan actually dared to threaten the old man. He really had guts. The old man's pupils constricted, and he was so angry that he couldn't speak. Haha, you know fear? Now, sell the divine spear to me. Duan Wuzhan laughed even louder when he saw the old man fall silent. However, someone beside him immediately reminded him, Brother Duan, this is the divine weapon contest. The voice was like a bolt from the blue, causing Duan Wuzhan to react. Previously, he had been so angry that his eyes had turned red and he'd lost his mind. However, he was a martial ancestor after all, so he was able to calm down very quickly. However, after calming down, he knew that things were troublesome. Damn, old man, can't leave Heaven's Sword City. Heavens, how could I say such a thing? Duan Wuzhan wished he could slap himself a few times. Very good, you can get lost. You'll never be able to step into the divine weapon contest. At this time, the old man finally spoke, his tone cold and emotionless. Never being able to step into the divine weapon contest was an extremely heavy punishment. No, senior, give me a chance. I was anxious before, so I spoke carelessly. Duan Wuzhan immediately shouted anxiously, and even knelt down and kowtowed. However, there was an expert who took him away forcefully. Lin Ling, you've done this to me. Before Duan Wuzhan was driven away, he glared at Lin Ling with resentment. His younger brother had been forced out of the Heaven Sword City by Lin Ling, and he was the same. How could he swallow this anger? Moreover, the Duan clan was currently waiting for his good news. In the end, he returned empty-handed and would never be able to enter the divine artifact competition. How would he be able to face others when he returned? A pitiful person must have a pitiful side. Lin Ling just shrugged his shoulders, looking as if it had nothing to do with him. The people in the auction hall suddenly started whispering. They didn't understand why Lin Ling would receive such good treatment. It was too enviable. As for Ducho, Wuzun, Kagura, and the others, they were coldly glaring at Lin Ling, seeing Lin Ling reap the benefits. They felt extremely uncomfortable in their hearts. This was especially true for Du Qiu and Wu Zun. They were the most furious because the spear belonged to Prince Imogen. This meant that they wouldn't be able to take revenge in the near future. And this was all because of Lin Ling. The two exchanged glances with one another. They had already decided that if they had the chance, they would definitely teach Lin Ling a lesson. Meanwhile, the auction continued. Young Master Yao, Yu Yu, and the others bid for the treasures they were interested in. Throughout the process, no one competed with them, as the treasures weren't anything special. Furthermore, more and more divine artifacts were auctioned off. However, Lin Ling and the others were not interested in any of the treasures, so they did not bid for them, until a great treasure was taken out. The godly treasure known as the Underworld Key, a pill refined from countless life fragments. The 1,000 Years Chronicle pill, a godly pill left behind from the era of the gods. It is the true inheritance of Miao Shan, and no one has been able to refine it until now due to the limited materials available. This pill has the effect of curing all kinds of poisons and can increase the chances of breaking through to the martial progenitor realm by 30%. Even if one dies after failing to break through, there is still a 40% chance of resurrection. Therefore, it is also known as the Underworld Key, meaning that after entering the underworld, one can return with the key. The old man's voice echoed, followed by a pill that slowly rose into the air. The pill had gathered the 1,000 Years Chronicle pill, which contained countless life fragments. The moment it appeared, the crowd held their breaths. Apart from the divine artifacts, it was most likely the most valuable treasure in the auction, curing all kinds of poisons, increasing the chances of breaking through to the martial progenitor realm by 30%. Even if one dies, there is still a 40% chance of resurrection. Wasn't this a godly pill that could reverse the situation? The starting price is 10 billion Monarch crystals, and each increment is 1 billion Monarch crystals. 12 billion Monarch crystals. The Marquis Mansion will be taking this godly pill for 15 billion Monarch crystals. The price of the godly pill skyrocketed as soon as it appeared. Damn it, a heavenly stairway expert on the god ranking, ranked 210th, 18 billion Monarch crystals. Who dares to compete with me? It was as if the entire auction had gone crazy. Many experts on the 8th floor were enraged. Although they had countless Monarch crystals, they were not qualified to compete with the others, as they were on the 8th floor, curing all kinds of poisons. Meanwhile, on the 9th floor, Du Qiu's eyes were burning with passion. He had come here today for the godly pill. Because he was severely injured when he entered the ethereal tower, he needed the godly pill to cure his injuries. Moreover, he could use the godly pill to raise his talent by another grade. Therefore, he was determined to get it. If anyone dared to compete with him, he might even kill them. Du Qiu of the new heavenly court, 20 billion Monarch crystals. Whoever dares to compete with me will be going against Wentian Martial God. Wentian Martial God has his eyes on this godly pill, Du Qiu said in a cold voice. His aura that seemed to come from the netherworld spread across the entire 9th floor. As soon as his words fell, the 9th floor fell into silence, and the experts' faces changed drastically. Wentian Martial God? He had his eyes on this godly pill, and he wanted it by name. This time, no one dared to speak, and there was only endless regret on their faces. Seeing this, Du Qiu couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. The martial god's reputation was indeed powerful. Suddenly, he looked at fuming Gold Emperor and smiled disdainfully. Sirs, this godly pill belongs to me. If you're not convinced, you can try bidding for it. Saying this, his face was filled with pride. Putting aside Wentian Martial God's reputation, the 20 billion Monarch crystals were enough for Lin Ling and the others to swallow their pride. Come and compete with me. Having this thought, Du Qiu glanced at Lin Ling provocatively. Since Brother Du Qiu has spoken, I'm interested in this godly pill. At this moment, Lin Ling finally spoke. Besides, the godly pill could increase the chances of breaking through to the martial progenitor realm. Lin Ling would not miss out on this opportunity. However, the crowd was startled hearing his words. Du Qiu was startled too. You're interested in it? That's right, I'm interested in it. So, it's mine. Lin Ling nodded. Du Qiu's eyes glittered. You're not bidding for it? No need. Lin Ling nodded once again. Ha ha. Chapter 3588. The Consequence of Talking Too Much. Previously, Lin Ling had at least paid a price for Duan Wuzhan's treasure. Now, he was snatching his own treasure without paying a single cent. Was he dreaming? Did he want to buy a divine pill without paying a single cent? It was possible for him to buy a strand of hair. The Millennium Chronicles pill belongs to this young friend. However, before Du Qiu could finish laughing, the old man's voice rang out. Du Qiu was dumbfounded. Of course, he was not the only one. Everyone was dumbfounded. Lin Ling had snatched a divine artifact first. That was one thing, but now he was getting a divine pill without paying a single cent? Was this a joke? Only the old man had a solemn expression because not long ago, someone had reminded him that if a young man with a supreme token wanted to buy anything, then Heaven Sword City would pay for it. Since Heaven Sword City was the host of this auction, then God Miao's true inheritance would naturally give them some face. In addition, the young man's background was not small. He was equivalent to the dean's identity, so the Heaven Sword City would give him even more face. All right, the next treasure is the 4 Symbols Poison Battle Axe. It's one of the 10 great divine artifacts. The old man put away his thoughts and said again. The auction house gradually quieted down. Many people secretly stared at Lin Ling. Their gazes gradually turned from mockery to seriousness. The auction house had already given Lin Ling face twice. This meant that Lin Ling was not simple. Oh, my divine pill! Du Qiu was stunned. He wanted to ask the old man, but he was afraid of ending up like Duan Wuzhan. So he slapped himself crazily. Slap! The sound of the slap was crisp. Damn it, I told you to talk too much. I told you to talk too much. Slap! His face was swollen. If you don't talk too much, this divine pill will be mine. Slap! One of his teeth fell out. My divine pill, my divine pill. Du Qiu was dying. Because of his big mouth, his purpose of coming here today was gone. That was because he was here for the divine pill. The other treasures were useless to him. Most importantly, Lin Ling would at most use the divine pill to break through to the martial ancestor realm. However, if he obtained the divine pill, not only could he detoxify the poison, he could also upgrade his ultimate desolate body by 1 grade. First, it was known that the upgrade of the desolate ultimate desolate body was harder than one's desolate realm. When he thought of this, Du's heart was bleeding. How pitiful. After Duan Wuzhan, Lin Ling's desolate. Someone looked at Du Qiu helplessly and said inwardly, perhaps this is the consequence of talking too much. In fact, that was indeed. That was because Duan Wuzhan and Lin Ling had a feud. Lin Ling would definitely snatch his treasures. As for Du Qiu, although Lin Ling did not like him, Du Qiu's arrogant provocation caused Lin Ling to take the initiative to attack. Of course, if there was a treasure that caught his eye, even if the other party did not provoke him, Lin Ling would still take the initiative to attack. And in the auction, many people noticed Lin Ling's uniqueness. No one dared to offend Lin Ling. Even when they were interested in treasures, they would look at Lin Ling before bidding. Only when they saw Lin Ling's indifferent attitude did they heave a sigh of relief. Although Lin Ling was arrogant and despicable, at least Lin Ling did not take all the divine artifacts for himself. This made them very happy. How could they know that Lin Ling could only buy 3 free treasures? Naturally, he would only buy the treasures that caught his eye. The treasure was not valuable, but it was suitable for him. Ominous heart, the heart of the weeping demon. If this person is from the final world, I think most people have heard of this name. Of course, I will also explain it here. The weeping demon was a great demon of the final world. He was once invited by the 9 states' 10 ferocious demon sects, but he was an expert who refused to join the great demon sects. He was the only person in the final world who was killed by God because he was also the first person who dared to be cruel and ruthless in the final world and killed countless people. This person's strength was monstrous and ferocious. After he died, His heart was left behind and was taken away by Miao Shun's true inheritance. Originally, he wanted to refine it into a treasure, but in the end, no one wanted to refine it, so this treasure was taken out for auction. The old man's voice kept drifting out. Hearing this, everyone's expression became serious. A demon who was killed by a god was really terrifying. The starting price is 5 billion royal crystals. Each bid is 500 million, 6 billion, 7 billion. In a short period of time, a large number of voices were heard. However, Wu Zun frowned and stared at the ominous heart. Wu Zun, are you still not going to make a move? Du Chou, who was standing beside him, asked indifferently. He could see that Wu Zun seemed to have taken a fancy to the ominous heart because Wu Zun cultivated the Arhut divine body. He still lacked the ominous Arhut's heart. I want to make a move, but I'm afraid. Wu Zun frowned. You're afraid that Lin Ling will come and make trouble again? Speaking of Lin Ling, Du Chou's face was filled with anger. Oomph. He snatched a treasure and got another one for free. Is he going to get a third one for free? You're right. Wu Zun's eyes lit up instantly. He glanced at Lin Ling and saw Lin Ling's solemn expression, which made him excited. Is Lin Ling really not going to get a third one for free? That's great. The ominous heart is mine. 10 billion royal crystals. Wu Zun's outspoken bid caused an uproar in the auction house. Although the ominous heart was an extremely rare item, it was useless to most people. Hence, 10 billion royal crystals was obviously a huge price to pay. From this, one could see how much Wu Zun valued the ominous heart. However, after making the bid, Wu Zun did not dare to look at Lin Ling. He was afraid that he would provoke Lin Ling. The surroundings were silent. It seemed that the ominous heart was going to belong to Wu Zun. This made Wu Zun almost roar to the sky. He was so excited that his eyes were wet. I'll take this ominous heart for 1 royal crystal. However, his excitement was immediately met with cold water because Lin Ling had already made a bid. Of course, he was not targeting Wu Zun. The main thing was that the ominous heart would be of great help to Lin Ling. It had a strong, ominous aura and was very suitable for the realm-swallowing beast. Wu Zun was stunned. His heart exploded as if endless thunder had struck his brain. He roared, Lin Ling, we're doing this on purpose. Obviously, he thought that Lin Ling was purposely giving him a hard time. His words stunned Lin Ling. However, he smiled faintly. So what if I'm doing it on purpose? You want to bite me? If you don't like it, then come at me. Looking at the arrogant Lin Ling, Wu Zun was so angry that he ground his teeth and swallowed them into his stomach. This was because he was the same as Du Chou. He came to the auction because he wanted treasure and was determined to get it. However, in the end, it was snatched away. This meant that this auction had nothing to do with him anymore. Next, he would have to wait for the auction in 100 years. Therefore, how could he not be angry? Most importantly, Lin Ling did it on purpose. He even said arrogantly, if you don't like it, then come and bite me. If the auction house could bite, then Wu Zun would have bitten him. Ha, great. Young Beastmaster and Mo Jean Z exchanged glances. They were extremely happy. Chapter 3589. The treasure of the auction, moonlight, godly water. Many people had also noticed this and were secretly relieved that they were lucky that they were not the enemy of that young man. They were even looking forward to the appearance of a fourth unlucky person. As for Lin Ling, he helplessly shook his head. In truth, he only had 2 precious chances left. So, he couldn't waste a chance because of his grudge. The reason he bought Ominous Heart was because Lin Ling really needed it. So, this Wu Zun was really unlucky. He just happened to encounter a treasure that caught his eye. The auction continued. The 10 great divine weapons finally had their owners. However, everyone's eyes were focused because the auction was coming to an end. It was time for the real treasure of the auction. The old man's face turned serious. He raised his hands, and a jade bottle floated out from behind him. The jade bottle was sparkling and mysterious, as if it contained some kind of divine treasure. Moonlight, godly water. This is the treasure of God Miao's true inheritance. Basically, every world spiritist who has reached the level of world spiritist has used it. It comes from the moonlight godly tree and only drips a drop every 10,000 years. However, in these years, no one from God Miao's true inheritance has advanced to the level of world spiritist. Thus, there's a lot of moonlight godly water. Today, I will take out a bottle to auction. Since everyone is unfamiliar with the effects of moonlight godly water, let me explain. This godly water can provide powerful soul power. As for how much it can increase, it depends on each person's luck and comprehension. The higher the soul power, the greater the increase. The starting price is 50 billion Emperor crystals. Each bid is 10 billion. As the old man's voice faded, the auction house became silent. The jade bottle quietly opened, and a ray of moonlight shot out from it. It was extremely magical. Wow, countless people were moved. Although the world valued talent the most, soul power was a mysterious thing. Having it was better than not having it. Most importantly, soul power was very difficult to increase. Thus, to some world spiritists and alchemists, moonlight, godly water was priceless. Moreover, although soul power seemed useless, according to the ancient records of the era of gods, those with powerful soul power could predict the future. They could innately sense the arrival of danger. Although this saying was not confirmed, it was undeniable that soul power was indeed a good thing and suitable for everyone. In an instant, many people's eyes were burning as if the jade bottle was theirs. Of course, this was just a thought. After all, not to mention anything else, just 50 billion Monarch crystals wasn't something that just anyone could take out. 60 billion. However, there were still people who bid. 80 billion, 100 billion, 150 billion. The price slowly rose and finally reached 150 billion, causing many people's expressions to change drastically. For a moment, no one dared to bid. When the crowd looked carefully, they discovered that the bidder this time was actually a white-faced man. This caused many people to be astonished. That guy who looked as handsome as jade actually had so many imperial crystals? That's not right. They're working together. Suddenly, someone noticed something. It turned out that the pale-faced man, Du Cho, Wu Zun, and the others' emperor crystals had joined hands. No wonder it was like this. That white-faced man is called Kagura. He is an expert from the Snow Wind Academy. He is stronger than Du Cho and the others. Someone recognized the white-faced man. At this moment, the white-faced man faintly smiled as he looked at the crowd. He suddenly opened his mouth and said, "I am Kagura. The main reason I bought this moonlight sacred water was because someone asked me to. And that person's background isn't small. He is the Dean of Sky Travel Academy." His words were like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. After all, in the final world, the deans of the 36 academies had high status. Their status in the final world was higher than the 10 martial gods. The reason for this was very simple. Because the deans worked for the gods, and the 10 martial gods worked for themselves. Moreover, the deans were very close to God Miao's true disciples. They had a good relationship with each other. Therefore, if a dean wanted the moonlight, godly water, who would dare to compete with him? Sky Travel Academy. This academy seems to be very good at boundary spirit talismans. No wonder the dean wants the moonlight, godly water. However, as a dean, he wants someone else to buy the treasure he wants. This is a bit shameless. Yeah, moreover, he doesn't want people from his own academy to buy it. He wants people from other academies to buy it. Is he afraid of bringing shame to his own academy? I think so. Alas, since the dean has come forward, who would dare to compete with them? The dean is a big shot with the same status as the city lord. Many people sighed. Although they were angry, they did not dare to say anything. So much nonsense. Now, who dares to compete with me? Kagura looked at everyone with contempt. In fact, she only knew the Sky Travel Academy's dean after the event. She also knew that the dean was once a member of the Flying Dragon organization. Therefore, in the Sky Travel Academy, as long as one was a member of the Flying Dragon organization, they would be given priority. Unfortunately, Kagura found out too late. Otherwise, she would have joined the Sky Travel Academy instead of the Snow Wind Academy. Now that the Sky Travel Academy's dean asked her to do something, she would definitely do it well. As for the auction hall, it was completely silent. No one dared to compete with the dean. Even the Duke did not dare to. Seeing the silence, Kagura shook her head in contempt. Her heart was indescribably carefree. It had been a long time since she encountered such a shocking scene. Her gaze suddenly fell on Lin Ling. Lin Ling, don't you have special privileges? Aren't you very fierce? What? You dare to compete with me? Everyone's gaze immediately followed, and then many people shook their heads. Although many people noticed that Lin Ling seemed to have some special privileges, the person who came forward this time was the dean. Lin Ling's special privileges were obviously useless in front of the dean. Unless the dean of the Snow Wind Academy came, he would still have some qualifications. After all, only the other deans could go against the dean. Of course, they also hoped that Lin Ling would be able to do well, because they looked down on the Sky Travel Academy's dean's action of letting others buy things for him. He wouldn't dare. He definitely wouldn't dare. Lin Ling, admit defeat. Do you still think you're the Heavenly King? Du Cho and Wu Zun suddenly roared. It turned out that they already knew about this, so they lent money to Kagura. They even specifically instructed Kagura to ruthlessly suppress Lin Ling. Seeing this, Lin Ling could not help but shake his head. This undoubtedly made Du Cho and the rest laugh even more happily. If Duan Wuxian was here, he would probably be the same, because Lin Ling was finally trampled under their feet. Admitting defeat just like that. What a piece of trash, coward. Seeing Lin Ling shake his head, Kagura was also extremely happy. Chapter 3590. Not qualified. It was as if Kagura had vented half of all the grievances and depression she had suffered in the Holy Palace. Moreover, he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. He wanted to ruthlessly trample on Lin Ling. Why are you all so worked up? I shook my head, but that doesn't mean I've given up. At this moment, Lin Ling finally spoke. Oh, you mean you're going to bid against us? Was he planning to go against the Sky Conduct Dean? What a joke. What right do you have? Kagura was taken aback. She retracted her smile and shouted sarcastically. Bid? What a joke. I, Lin Ling, need to bid. Hearing that, Lin Ling shook his head. Dean Sky Conduct, if he came personally, then he has the status and qualifications to fight with me. But you? I'm sorry, but you're not qualified. With that, he looked at the auctioneer and calmly said, Senior, I want this moonlight godly water. It's my turn again. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. They had heard this sentence many times. And an emperor crystal. However, before they could recover from their shock, Lin Ling spoke again. An imperial crystal? Moonlight divine water, which was worth 15 trillion royal crystals, was being sold for one piece. Without any suspense, Lin Ling's words were earth-shattering, shaking the heavenly sword pagoda so much that it began to sway. Many people thought that Lin Ling's arrogance was boundless. This caused Kagura, Du Cho, and the others' jaws to drop. Previously, Lin Ling had prioritized snatching treasures, and then he used one Emperor Crystal to buy 2 more treasures. Most importantly, these 2 treasures were snatched from Du Cho and Wu Zun's hands. Now, the moonlight godly water was a priceless treasure that was worth 15 trillion Monarch crystals. Most importantly, it was a treasure that Dean Sky Conduct had his eyes on. Lin Ling still wanted to snatch it. Dream on. The 3 of them looked at each other, and the corners of their mouths curled into cold smiles. They wouldn't believe it, even if they were beaten to death. The entire auction house was silent. Many people were looking at Lin Ling. Most of them did not believe what they had heard this time either. Even the old man frowned. He wanted to buy the moonlight divine water with 1 imperial crystal. Wasn't that an insult to the Miao God's true inheritance? Furthermore, this was a treasure that the Sky Conduct Academy's dean had specifically asked for. Although he didn't know the dean, he still had to give him face. However, he suddenly thought of the Snow Wind Supreme token. It seemed that seeing the dean was the same as seeing the dean. This meant that unless Dean Skyconduct came in person, Kagura's status wouldn't be as high as Linling's by relying on her mouth. After all, Linling held the supreme Snow Wind token, which represented the dean's arrival. Furthermore, he thought of what the servant girl had said to him before. Linling had the Snow Wind Supreme token and could buy treasures for free 3 times. All the prices were paid by the Heaven Sword City Lord. The Heaven Sword City was ranked in the top 10 among the 36 main cities. It was more than 10 times stronger than the other city lords. Other city lords couldn't take out 100 billion imperial crystals, but to the Heaven Sword City Lord, this wasn't a big deal at all. Moreover, rumor had it that when the Heaven Sword City Lord was still a student of the academy, he had found a secret realm and obtained a large number of treasures. Among them were countless imperial crystals. While he was thinking, Kagura sneered, "Linling, you want to buy the Moonlight Divine Water with 1 imperial crystal? Let me tell you, it's impossible." With that, he looked at the old man and said politely, "Senior, give me the Moonlight Divine Water. I have the Sky Conduct Academy's verbal instructions." His voice interrupted the old man's thoughts, and he immediately walked out with the Moonlight Divine Water. Seeing this, Kagura was overjoyed and made a gesture with both hands. However, the old man suddenly changed direction halfway and looked at Linling. Then, he raised his hands, and the jade bottle containing the Moonlight Divine Water floated towards Linling. This time, Kagura was dumbfounded. She kept rubbing her eyes to see if she was seeing things. Everyone in the auction house was the same. They were all rubbing their eyes. A single piece of royal crystal could really buy a treasure in a treasure chest. Moreover, he was snatching it from the academy head's hands. Am I fucking dreaming? Kagura was stunned for a long time before she finally spoke in disbelief. I declare that the Moonlight Divine Water belongs to that person. As if he knew that Kagura was in disbelief, the old man pointed at Linling and said indifferently, "Wow, one can really buy a treasure with 1 imperial crystal. That's amazing. If that's the case, then Linling's reputation is even greater than the dean's. Tsk. It seems that there is indeed a 4th unlucky person. That Kagura is that person. Now it seems that Duan Wujian, Ducho, Wuzun, and Kagura all returned empty-handed." Shocked voices instantly resounded throughout the auction house. Everyone's mouths were wide open. If Linling had snatched someone's treasure once, it would still be acceptable. However, he had done it 4 times in a row. It was impossible not to be surprised. Moreover, the people who had been robbed were all students of the academy. Could it be that those students had a grudge against Linling? Unfortunately, no one knew that the 4 people who had been robbed did indeed have a grudge against Linling. "Senior, did you give the Moonlight Divine Water to the wrong person? This Moonlight Divine Water has been reserved, and the owner is the academy head of Sky Travel." At some point, Kagura was deceiving herself that this was a misunderstanding. Even if she was beaten to death, she would never believe that the academy head's name was inferior to Linling's. "Senior, the academy heads of the 36 academies are all extraordinary. It's not good to offend anyone." Kagura's words were even more threatening. "I've already said that the Moonlight Divine Water belongs to that sire." The old man indifferently glanced at Kagura, then pointed at Linling on the 9th floor. How could he not know the meaning behind Kagura's words? However, everything was as he thought. If the academy head of Sky Travel was here, he would give him face. However, if it was just a verbal order, then it definitely couldn't be compared to Linling in person. He believed that if it was anyone else who was a true disciple of Miao Shun, they would make the same choice as him. "Little friend, I know that you're unwilling, but our auction house has already made a decision. Of course, I can also tell you that if the academy head of Sky Travel was here, we would definitely give the Moonlight Divine Water to him." The old man said again, "If that's the case, then why don't you give the Moonlight Divine Water to me now?" Kagura was getting more and more anxious. This was an important matter that the academy head of Sky Travel had entrusted to her. If she didn't do it well, the academy head would be disappointed in her. She didn't want to see that happen. I've already said that if the academy head is here, then it's still possible. However, if it's you, you're not qualified. The old man didn't care about Kagura's attitude, but he still said indifferently, not qualified. Kagura's mouth was wide open. She was fuming with anger. I'm not qualified. I have the academy head of Sky Travel's verbal order, and I'm a top expert of the third hall. I can't compare to a mere Lin Ling. So that's how it is. Chapter 3591. Refining Treasures. For a moment, they felt that Lin Ling was shrouded in layers of mystery. All right, this auction is over. Thank you for your kindness. God Meow's true disciple thanks everyone. We'll meet again in 100 years. Ignoring everyone's confusion, the old man smiled and looked at everyone. All right, thank you, senior. Everyone stood up. They were extremely happy because they had also obtained a lot of treasures in this auction. Of course, if there was an exception, it would be Kagura and the other two. Not only had they returned empty-handed, but they had also become the butt of everyone's jokes. Kagura's eyes were red as she strode away, shouting at Lin Ling. Lin Ling, you've got guts. I'll remember this. Furthermore, you dared to steal the Sky Conduct Academy's treasures. Just wait for the Sky Conduct Academy's anger. Lin Ling shrugged indifferently. He really didn't know Kagura, but she seemed to have a lot of opinions about him. Since that was the case, he would just play with her. I'll be waiting, Lin Ling replied without backing down. Then, he left with young Master Yao and the others. This Lin Ling is really crazy. He even dared to provoke the academy head. Today's divine weapon auction was completely dominated by him. How interesting. As expected of the person who broke the Divine Tower's record, everyone left one after another, but they were still whispering. At the bottom of the Sky Sword Tower, several figures were quietly waiting there. Their eyes were red, as if they were looking for their father's murderer. The person in the lead was Duan Wuxian. He had been kicked out of the auction. How could he let such a shameful thing go so easily? Therefore, he was waiting for Lin Ling to come out. He wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson. While waiting for Lin Ling, he overheard the conversations of the people around him and learned that Du Cho and the others had also suffered a great loss. Damn it, it seems that not only me, but even Du Cho and the others have suffered a loss. Moreover, these people seem to be Lin Ling's enemies. This Lin Ling is really ruthless to his enemies. Duan Wuxian sucked in a breath of cold air when he heard the news. Brother Wuxian, this Lin Ling is only in the saint realm. No matter how strong he is not a match for us on the divine list. I'm not afraid of him, but I am afraid of breaking the rules. What's there to be afraid of? If the sky collapses, I'll hold it up. If I don't teach him a lesson today, I won't be able to vent my anger. Brother Wuxian's words are enough. Wait a moment, I'll be the first to teach him a lesson. Not long after, a platform slowly floated down from the sky like a lotus leaf. On top of it was Lin Ling and the others. Moreover, Lin Ling and the others were in a good mood, chatting and laughing. When Duan Wuxian saw Lin Ling's carefree appearance, his eyes flashed with murderous intent. Get ready. Although Duan Wuxian did not dare to kill Lin Ling in Heaven Sword City, crippling Lin Ling was not a big mistake. Lin Ling, you are very strong, and I admire you very much. However, I like to attack people with ability the most, and you are one of them. Go, go. When the platform finally landed on the ground, Duan Wuxian shouted domineeringly and led the others toward Lin Ling. Excitement appeared on their faces instantly. Even their blood was boiling at this moment. However, when they were about to approach the platform, more people appeared on the side of the platform. They were actually the guards of Heaven Sword City. Young Master Lin, right? The city lord has been waiting for a long time. When he heard that the auction was over, he asked us to welcome young Master Lin as a host. Go. In that case, please lead the way. Lin Ling immediately followed the guards. Not far away, Duan Wuxian stopped abruptly. He was dumbfounded, and then his forehead was full of cold sweat. The guards? If he had attacked before, the consequences would have been unimaginable. After all, he had provoked the city lord's mansion. If the city lord was furious and killed him, the Duan clan would not provoke the city lord of Heaven Sword City for him. My grandfather, that Lin Ling, actually asked the guards to come personally. Fortunately, we did not attack. Otherwise, even if we did not die, we would have lost a layer of skin. Brother Wu Zhan, are you trying to harm us? This Lin Ling is so close to the city lord. If you attack him here, isn't that slapping the city lord's face? Looks like our beautiful dream is going to turn into a daydream. The people behind Duan Wu Zhan said one by one, as if they had just survived a disaster. Bang! Duan Wu Zhan's feet stomped heavily on the ground, and his face was full of veins. He gritted his teeth and said, Lin Ling, despicable, despicable. He had been driven out of the auction and thought that he could wash away the humiliation, but who knew that he could only watch Lin Ling leave safely in the end, and he could not do anything. And this feeling was the most irritating. It was as if a breath was stuck in his throat, and he could not go up, nor could he go down. In fact, there were a few people who had the same thoughts as him. Not far away, Du Qiu, Wu Zun, Kagura, and the others were trembling with anger. They also wanted to find trouble with Lin Ling, but Lin Ling had been taken away by the city lord, and their wishful thinking had all been for naught. They even thought that Lin Ling had done it on purpose, and that after humiliating them, he had swaggered away in front of them. However, they had wronged Lin Ling. Lin Ling did not know about all of this, and he had gone to the city lord's mansion as a guest. This was because the city lord of the Sky Sword City had asked Xianxia of the Snow Wind City. After knowing everything, he paid more attention to Lin Ling. Not only did he pay for all the royal crystals that Lin Ling needed to buy the treasures, but he also called Lin Ling a brother. After all, he was also a member of the Snow Wind Academy, and he knew what the Snow Wind Supreme token represented. Moreover, he had a good relationship with Xianxia, so through the conversation, he could vaguely feel that Xianxia respected Lin Ling very much. This meant that Lin Ling's backer was even more terrifying than Xianxia. That night, Lin Ling also stayed in the city lord's mansion and divided the treasures. At present, everyone had obtained treasures, so they were in a very good mood and wanted to refine those treasures. Lin Ling had obtained 3 treasures. 1. The Millennium Chronicles pill. 2. The Heart of Evil. 3. The Moonlight's Sacred Water. Among these 3 treasures, the Moonlight's Sacred Water was indeed the most precious treasure, as it could increase one's soul strength. If Lin Ling's soul strength increased, not only would the power of the Order of Wisdom increase, but even the Talent Fusion Transformation would also increase its power. As for the Millennium Chronicles pill, Lin Ling had placed great importance on it. This was because he was now at the 10th stage of the Sage Realm, and he was only 1 stage away from breaking through. Therefore, he had to prepare the treasures to break through in advance. After all, as a former martial ancestor, he naturally knew how difficult it was to break through to the martial ancestor realm. It could even be said that there was only a slim chance of survival. Even if Lin Ling were to recultivate, he was not 100% confident that he could break through successfully. Now that he had the divine pill, his chances of breaking through had increased by 30%. Don't underestimate this 30%, as it could save a life at a critical moment. Chapter 3592. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo, Studio 17,000 Steps. I'll swallow this pill first. One day in the future, this pill will definitely take effect. If I fail to break through, then I can only say that I have bad luck. Lin Ling took out the 1,000 Years History pill and looked at it carefully. He found that there were many mysterious runes on the surface of the pill, and they were constantly changing. Then he swallowed the pill as well. Soon, a strange feeling rose in his dantian, but when Lin Ling wanted to examine it carefully, the feeling disappeared. Then, Lin Ling took out the second treasure, the Evil Heart, and looked at it carefully. The Evil Heart was actually a heart, and it was stored in a crystal box. But the strange thing was that the heart continued to beat as if it was still alive. What a strong evil chi! However, the evil chi hidden in Lin Ling's body was not much weaker than the evil heart, so he could feel the evil chi within the evil chi. The evil chi is monstrous. Such a treasure is rarely seen in 100 years. I hope it can improve my world-swallowing beast talent again. Then, Lin Ling smiled. His world-swallowing beast was famous for its evil chi. It was immortal. Other than swallowing its own kind, if it wanted to improve, it had to rely on its evil chi. This was also the reason why Lin Ling bought Ominous Heart. Chi. Chi. Lin Ling's body was surrounded by endless black sludge. It wrapped around the crystal box, crushed the box, and wrapped the evil heart. Rumble. The moment the evil heart rushed out of the crystal box, an ancient and strong, majestic aura spread out. It was like a big demon from the era of the gods. However, before this big demon could do anything, it was immediately swallowed by the world-swallowing beast. And within the world-swallowing beast, the evil heart was constantly being refined. Looking at the room again, Lin Ling had disappeared. The whole room was filled with black sludge, which gave people a very scary feeling. Time passed quietly. After an unknown amount of time, a terrifying and ominous aura spread out. Then, a pair of cold eyes appeared in the endless mud. It was as if they could see through the universe as they looked indifferently in front of them. If someone was here and met those eyes, their martial heart would definitely crumble. The reason for all this was because the ferocious aura in that pair of eyes was too terrifying and too dense. Chaos Eye. At the same time, a puzzled voice floated out from the mud. Last time, in the world inside the mirror, I came to the tomb of the vicious creature. I used the vicious aura to revive. The world-swallowing beast seemed to have become true chaos. This time, the Eye of Chaos was born. It seems that the final body of the realm-swallowing beast must be chaos. The Eye of Chaos is really powerful. It has only just opened its eyes, but it can actually use its ferocious aura to affect the martial heart of others. I wonder how powerful it will be if it becomes the real chaos. After a long time, the sludge began to flow like water and gradually turned into a man whose entire body was pitch black. Moreover, the pitch black color was constantly disappearing, and in the end, it turned into Lin Ling. The realm-swallowing beast talent has reached level 3. Its immortality and indestructibility are even more powerful. Even its defense and devouring power have greatly increased. Lin Ling stood there quietly. Finally, he grinned. With the ferocious aura, his strength had increased a lot this time. Moonlight Divine Water. After that, a jade bottle appeared in Lin Ling's hand. He gently opened it, and suddenly, bright moonlight shot out from the bottle. The previously pitch-black room instantly became somewhat holy and pure. What a mysterious power. Lin Ling held the bottle with both hands and let the moonlight cover his body. He also closed his eyes slightly. At the same time, a warm feeling spread throughout his body. The pure white moonlight covered Lin Ling's body, making him suddenly become extremely holy. Previously, Lin Ling seemed to have turned into a dark demonic creature. Now he was as white as a god. The two huge differences were like the difference between heaven and earth. At the same time, the transparent liquid in the emerald jade bottle was also slowly decreasing. As for Lin Ling's soul power, it was increasing crazily. 14,000 steps, 15,000 steps, 16,000 steps, 17,000 steps. At the same time, in the sky of the final world, the wind and clouds were rolling. Countless experts frowned. To be able to change the sky of the final world, this was definitely a powerful force. However, there were also countless experts in the final world. So, they used all kinds of methods to investigate, but to no avail. On the contrary, some of the top experts in the martial god realm changed their expressions. This was because only they could sense that this was a majestic soul power. To be able to change the sky with just soul power, what kind of limit had this soul power reached? Could it be that Miao Shun's true inheritance has given birth to a golden mark boundary god? Some experts in the martial god realm mumbled to themselves. Golden Mark was a symbol. It was as if it represented the same age as the sun and the moon. It was a higher level than a boundary god and only appeared in the era of the gods. This was because the saying of Golden Mark came from the era of the gods. Mark was a saying that surpassed robe. Perhaps a dead god has been resurrected. Some experts in the martial god realm said solemnly. Although there were only 4 great gods now, no one dared to look down on the gods of the era of the gods. Those who were in the divine realm could use the sealing method to resurrect and return to the land of the 9 prefectures. It seems that as more and more world wills awaken, many of the gods of the past have been resurrected. More experts said solemnly. No one knew that the power that caused the sky to change wasn't from the gods, but from Lin Ling's soul power. At this moment, in a room in the Heaven Sword City, the moonlight gradually disappeared and everything returned to tranquility. In the darkness, Lin Ling finally opened his eyes. His eyes were blood red, as if a sleeping lion had awakened. If someone was here and looked into Lin Ling's eyes, that gaze was enough to scare them to death. But soon, that pair of eyes disappeared, and everything returned to tranquility. In the darkness, Lin Ling smiled. The moonlight divine water is really extraordinary. It actually increased my soul power by 3,000 levels. You must know that 10,000 levels of soul power is a dividing line. Currently, I have 17,000 levels of soul power, just 3,000 more levels to reach 20,000. When I reach 20,000 levels, I'll wonder what kind of power I will have. Without a doubt, with the help of the treasures in the auction, Lin Ling's strength had not only increased, but also strengthened his foundation. Soon after, Lin Ling sat down cross-legged and stabilized his realm. He was one step closer to entering the martial ancestor realm. This made Lin Ling look forward to it. But at this time, a voice transmission arrived. Lin Ling, Wind Snow Academy has decided to let you participate in the Blackstone Empire's mission and kill 10 different species people. After completing the mission, you will become the number 1 of the 3 divine halls. Your friends, Yu, Xin Yuan Young Master Yao, and Majin Tianzi will enter Wind Snow Academy. The voice came from a vice principal, which was also the mission assigned by Wind Snow Academy. Chapter 3593. Watch the Sword. Lin Ling, congratulations. This mission is jointly participated by the 10 great academies, and it's extremely simple. You just have to go through the motions. The vice principal's voice sounded out again. Thank you, Vice Principal. Lin Ling hurriedly thanked him. This mission not only meant that Lin Ling had become the number 1 in the Divine 3 Hall, it also meant that young Master Yao and the others had successfully transferred to another academy. And this was also the request that Lin Ling had made not long ago. Unknowingly, the sky turned white, and the night quietly retreated. Lin Ling walked over to the window and pushed it open. A wisp of fragrant air immediately assaulted his face. The morning air was very clean and comfortable. Looking into the distance, one could see even further than usual. Furthermore, it was just early in the morning, so the Heaven Sword City was still somewhat quiet. This kind of atmosphere was rare, and Lin Ling also enjoyed it a little. Looking at the quiet streets and the bright sky of the early morning sun, Lin Ling suddenly thought of his previous life. At that time, he was still studying and working hard for his future. Unfortunately, his results could only be considered average, so in the future, he should also be a very ordinary existence. Then, according to the life of an ordinary person, he would get married, have 1 or 2 cute children, work hard for his family, and watch his children slowly grow up. At that time, his hair would be white, and he would slowly grow old while holding his wife's hand. This was also the path of life that mortals could never change. But now everything had changed. Lin Ling's eyes flickered, and the corner of his mouth revealed an excited smile. Yes, everything had changed. He was not a mortal, and he would not grow old. He had his own wife and children, his own country, his own sect, and everything else. He had even more hope of becoming a god. At this moment, The urge to become stronger in Lin Ling's heart suddenly became stronger. After standing quietly for a moment, not long after, Yu Yu and the others also woke up, so Lin Ling also went to welcome them. In front of the entrance of the city lord's mansion, everyone was standing there with happy smiles on their faces. Among them, young Master Yao, Majin Tianzi, Yu Yu, and the others were all like this. It was obvious that their strength had increased greatly during this period of cultivation. This was especially true for young Master Yao and Jin Tianzi, who had obtained divine artifacts. They were the most excited. This time, they planned to break through the divine ranking's celestial stairway and become stronger experts. Lin Ling, with your strength, you should be able to enter the stairway to heaven. At the thought of this, young Master Yao looked at Lin Ling and said, Divine List? It was not the first time Lin Ling had heard of it, but he was not very familiar with the God List. Yes, the God ranking stairway to heaven is another path that allows you to meet the gods. According to legend, if you reach the peak of the stairway to heaven, you can meet the gods and even become a trial taker of the God ranking. Young Demon Lord explained. A trial taker of the gods. In the future, he will become the strongest person under the gods. He will also be the strongest warrior under the gods. However, it is very difficult to become a trial taker. Only the strongest warriors that appear once in a million years are qualified to become a trial taker. The other way to become a trial taker is to enter the celestial stairway. The celestial stairway will have a ranking every 100 years. The first person can also become a trial taker. It is so difficult to become a trial taker of the gods. Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes lit up. He was already a trial taker of the gods. However, he had never thought that others would have to go through so many hardships in order to become a trial taker of the gods. This is a secret. Not many people know about it. This is because my family knew the first person 100 years ago. That is why I know this secret. Young Master Yao smiled and said, Of course, even if you can't become a trial taker of the gods, you can still know your strength through the stairway to heaven on the divine list. You can also broaden your horizons and see what the experts of the final world are like. The stairway to heaven is very valuable. If you can make it to the top 100, I believe that forces like the Flying Dragon Organization will not be a match for you. Moreover, if you make it to the top, you can also become a sacred knight of the gods. This is a very honorable identity. In the 9 states, even the 9 states' celestial emperors have to give you face. Young Master Yao continued to speak. Lin Ling was also interested in the divine list. After all, warriors could not build a car behind closed doors. Only by coming into contact with a wider world would they be able to go further. He guessed that the former Luli Empress and martial godwin Tian must have walked on the stairway to heaven on the divine list. Therefore, Lin Ling would definitely not miss out on it. The stairway to heaven on the divine list has recorded 500 experts. With Brother Lin's strength, it shouldn't be difficult for you to enter the divine list. At this moment, a smile suddenly sounded out. A refined, middle-aged man walked out of the mansion's door. It was the city lord of Heaven's Sword City. Lin Ling and the others immediately greeted him politely. The city lord of Heaven's Sword City was an expert. His strength was even stronger than the Flying Dragon Organization and Fu Hang Manor. Therefore, Lin Ling and the others gave him face. I am the city lord of Heaven's Sword City. I specialize in swords. I see that Brother Lin is carrying a lot of swords. If Brother Lin doesn't mind, I could take a look at those swords for you. At this moment, the refined middle-aged man laughed again. In fact, he wanted to help Lin Ling's sword increase in strength. In this way, he would also help Lin Ling, making Lin Ling feel grateful to him and owe him a favor. The city lord of Heaven's Sword City is the #1 heavenly sword in the world. To be able to obtain the city lord's help is a great opportunity. Young Demon Master and the others were immediately happy for Lin Ling. They knew the strength of the city lord of Heaven's Sword City. However, Lin Ling was in a difficult position. Brother Lin, you don't have to mind. I'm just doing a favor. The refined middle-aged man thought that Lin Ling was embarrassed and was afraid that he would owe him too much, so he continued to smile. Lin Ling sighed in his heart. He had no choice but to unlock the true inheritance nether sword and hand it over. The refined middle-aged man smiled faintly. After receiving it, he carefully examined it. However, his expression instantly changed. This sword is extraordinary. It is a true divine artifact. When these words were said, everyone was shocked. Only Lin Ling was used to it. He had long known how powerful the true inheritance nether sword was. Originally, I wanted to help you make up for the flaws of the sword. However, it seems that this sword is simply flawless. There are no flaws at all. The refined middle-aged man immediately said awkwardly. He had wanted to help Lin Ling as a senior, but in the end, he hadn't helped at all. After that, he also understood why Lin Ling didn't rush to buy the divine artifacts at the auction. It turned out that Lin Ling's sword was of a higher grade than those divine artifacts. It had probably reached the level of a 9th grade divine artifact. Then let's take a look at the other one. The city lord smiled awkwardly and pointed at another one. Young Demon Master and the others were also very embarrassed. They knew that the city lord was unable to get out of the embarrassing situation. Fortunately, Lin Ling still had another one. Another one? Lin Ling's eyes flashed. This was the sword of a god. He was even more embarrassed and said, "Let's forget about this sword. It's fine. I'm the #1 heavenly sword. As long as it's related to swords, I can more or less increase the potential of the sword. No matter how ordinary this sword is in my hands, I can make it even more dazzling." The city lord waved his hand and said, Chapter 3594. The city lord was shocked. Lin Ling, let the senior take a look. Young monster lord immediately advised. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly and had no choice but to remove the tyrannical Song sword from his back. The city lord took it with one hand and looked at the sword hilt carefully. He immediately said, "From the looks of the sword hilt, it's quite old. Unfortunately, it's been corroded too much by time. I'm afraid it can only unleash 60% of the sword's power. But it doesn't matter. I'll unleash all of the sword's potential." When he said this, the city lord was extremely confident. In his opinion, he finally had a chance to help Lin Ling. Clang! He pulled out the sword, but the moment he unsheathed it, killing intent surged. And this was only half of the sword's aura. Thud, thud, thud. The city lord took 3 steps back. He could not hold the sword in his hand tightly. Then, he frantically closed the sword. After the sword was sheathed again, the killing intent from before instantly disappeared. Then, the city lord stared at Lin Ling. Fuck, this guy's swords are more powerful than the last. Young monster lord and the others also stared at Lin Ling. They thought that the city lord was definitely qualified to investigate the second sword, but who knew that the second sword was even more terrifying? They stared at the ground and saw that the city lord's 3 footprints were left on the hard white jade stone. What the fuck? The city lord of Sky Sword City was a genuine expert. His strength was probably comparable to the martial gods. Even he was forced to retreat. Could this sword be an existence that surpassed divine artifacts? Brother Lin, this. After the city lord recovered from his shock, he walked back with a bitter smile on his face. However, he was also shocked. A sword that could intimidate him was definitely extraordinary. He was also a person who loved swords. How could he not be moved by such a sword? However, he knew that Lin Ling had shown him the sword because he trusted him. Therefore, he quickly held the sword with both hands and returned it to Lin Ling. Brother Lin, I've embarrassed myself in front of you. Then, the city lord said awkwardly. He had wanted to give Lin Ling some pointers, but he had been slapped in the face by a sword. If Lin Ling had not been watching, he would have dug a hole and crawled into it. It's fine. Lin Ling smiled faintly. He did not mention a single word about the previous matter. At least he could let the city lord off the stage. The city lord immediately looked at Lin Ling gratefully and didn't mention the embarrassing matter from before. Lin Ling, these are the Heavenly Heart energy storage pills that His Excellency has gifted you. There are 9 bottles in total, and they are all precious divine pills. At this moment, an old man walked over from afar with a smile. Lin Ling was puzzled. Who was this person? The city lord was the same. However, he sensed that the old man was not weak at all. My lord is Miao Di. The old man arrived in front of Lin Ling and bowed as he spoke. His words caused Lin Ling to understand, but he was still a bit surprised. He didn't understand why Emperor Miao would suddenly give him such a precious pill. Back in the Godspan Tower, Her Excellency Grand Monarch Miao bet on you and won quite a few Godstones. That's why she asked me to give you these Godstones in return. The old man knew the doubts in Lin Ling's heart, so he immediately said respectfully, I see. Lin Ling immediately nodded and then asked, what are the effects of these Heavenly Heart energy storage pills? It's used to restore world essence. The old man said honestly, Heavenly Heart energy storage pills. The city lord's expression suddenly changed. Qi comes from the heart. Could it be one of those legendary pills? He immediately sucked in a breath of cold air because this pill was extremely rare and precious. It could instantly restore a martial artist's exhausted world essence within 10 breaths of time. This was because this pill didn't restore world essence by absorbing external energy, nor did it come from the power of the pill. Instead, it formed a cloud of energy in the human body, allowing the human body to produce world essence on its own. It was extremely mysterious, and in the entire final world, it was said that only one person could refine such a pill. It was precisely because of this that this pill had a price, but no market. This Lin Ling's face was really big. The city lord couldn't help but look at Lin Ling solemnly. To have Emperor Miao give him a divine pill, let alone Lin Ling. Even among the 36 city lords, there weren't many who could do such a thing. Then he thought of City Lord Song and that mysterious sword of Lin Ling's from before. Without a doubt, Lin Ling's weight in his heart skyrocketed. He was even glad that he was able to know such a rising star. How about this? Leave 3 bottles and return the rest to Emperor Miao. Just say that I, Lin Ling, thank her. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and said politely. He had 5 dantians and a powerful physical body. Generally speaking, it was rare for him to exhaust his world essence. Therefore, although this divine pill was precious, it wasn't of much use to him. The reason why he left 3 bottles was to give them to young Monster Master, Prince Imogen, and Yu. This won't do. If Emperor Miao finds out, she will think that I took the divine pill for myself. Hearing this, the old man's expression changed, and his face was full of begging. Lin Ling was speechless. In fact, this pill was really useless to him. He suggested, Senior, do you have any royal crystals on you? Just give me some royal crystals. This way, you can go back and report to your superiors. The current Lin Ling was penniless. If he wanted to break through to the saint stage, he definitely didn't have enough royal crystals on him. Royal crystals, yes, there are exactly 100 billion royal crystals. The old man immediately said, 9 bottles of pills. I took 3 bottles. Why don't you give me 60 billion royal crystals for the remaining 6 bottles? Lin Ling said, how can I do that? 100 billion royal crystals is fine. The old man immediately became anxious. However, Lin Ling had already made up his mind. The main reason was that he didn't want to owe Emperor Miao too much, so he accepted 60 billion royal crystals. 60 billion royal crystals was a huge sum of money to him. Young friend, seeing Lin Ling's determined look, the old man sighed helplessly and then left. However, before he left, he asked Lin Ling to visit Emperor Miao if he had time. Lin Ling casually agreed to this. Next, he bid farewell to the Sky Sword City Lord before leaving with young Demon Master and the others. This person is truly extraordinary. He will definitely become a great person in the future. Looking at Lin Ling's departing figure, the Sky Sword City Lord muttered to himself. Especially when he thought of the sword with monstrous demonic aura, his heart began to rumble. With his strength, it was difficult for him to suppress that sword, but Lin Ling was able to carry it with him. This showed how mysterious Lin Ling was. Lin Ling left with young Demon Master and the others. On the way, he also distributed the pills to young Demon Master and the others. Lin Ling although we are going to the Snow Wind Academy, we have many things to account for in the E-Garden, so let's split up for now. At this time, young Demon Master suddenly looked at Lin Ling and said. Lin Ling immediately agreed, but warned, you guys should be careful because you're transferring hospitals. From a certain point of view, you have embarrassed the E-Garden. I'm afraid that the E-Garden will make things difficult for you. Also, be careful of Du Qiu. Wu Zun and Duan Wuzhan lost to us in the Divine Tower and lost face at the auction. I'm afraid they will attack you, especially Duan Wuzhan. He is an expert on the Divine List, and his strength is somewhat extraordinary. Okay, don't worry, they can't touch us. Chapter 3595. Flower World. They chatted for a while before Lin Ling left with Yu Yu and the others. Savage Sword, Elder Do, we're going to complete the trial mission of the Academy. You should go back first. Lin Ling said to Savage Sword and the others on the way. Yes, the two of them nodded, but they were unwilling to give up. As Lin Ling became stronger, it was difficult for them to protect Lin Ling. This made them feel useless. However, they couldn't be blamed. Their talents were limited and their potential had been stimulated. They could only rely on increasing their cultivation realm. However, in the final world, without talent, it was difficult to survive by relying on one's cultivation realm. Savage Sword, we have to become stronger. Yes, young Master takes care of us. However, seeing young Master protect us instead, I feel very uneasy. But what can we do? Let's go find City Governor Tsang. He should have a way. Although he can't help us reach young Master's level, at least he can help us increase our strength and help young Master do things within our power. Okay, the two of them chatted for a while before flying towards Snow City. Lin Ling didn't return to Snow City. Instead, he was heading towards the Blackstone Empire. The Blackstone Empire was an extremely ancient country in the East Border. There were countless experts, and it was one of the top few realms in the East Border. However, to the experts from the final world, they were obviously as weak as ants. The mission this time was obviously not to kill the martial artists from the Blackstone Empire. Instead, it was to kill some mutant experts that appeared in the Blackstone Empire. These mutant experts were born 10 years ago. No one knew where they came from. However, they were extremely powerful. With the Blackstone Empire as the center, they had built a large number of sects that radiated to other realms. The Academy's mission was to eradicate these sections. On the other hand, Lin Ling's mission was much simpler. He only needed to kill 10 mutant powerhouses. Brother Ling, what are mutant experts? Yu Yu listened to Lin Ling's constant explanation and couldn't help but be a little curious. I don't know either, but to be able to be called deviants by the final world, their path of cultivation should be different from ours. Lin Ling shook his head. Without seeing the variant race martial artist with his own eyes, he couldn't jump to conclusions. The three of them quickly left the 9 provinces and appeared in the void of the universe. Originally, with Lin Ling's strength, he would have arrived in less than 3 days. However, Yu Yu and the others did not have Lin Ling's speed and freakish physique. Hence, Lin Ling slowed down and accompanied them. The three of them walked forward leisurely, as if they were on a scenic tour. As they passed by one realm after another, they were also experiencing the different characteristics of each realm. Lin Ling also felt a little emotional. In the universe, there were countless realms. There were all kinds of worlds, each with their own unique characteristics. Just like his Huaxiao world, that place was not good at martial arts and dominated by technology. However, in the ancient Huaxiao world, martial arts were extremely powerful. But in the end, those ancient legends disappeared. Once, Lin Ling also heard that the most ancient legends of Huaxia were actually the strongest gods in the era of gods. Lin Ling wasn't too sure about this rumor because in his memory, the great gods of Huaxia were great gods like Pengyu and Yuhua. Taking a step back, it was the great gods like Shennong and Fuxi. In Lin Ling's memory, these great gods were the Almighty who created the world. They were beyond the scope of martial arts. Shaking his head, Lin Ling sighed. The world of martial arts was really vast and boundless. Li Xiaoyao was so powerful in the past, but he still couldn't travel through the universe. From this, it could be seen how mysterious the universe was. Brother Ling, that place is so beautiful. At this time, Xian Yuan Gu was suddenly shouted in surprise, interrupting Lin Ling's contemplation. Lin Ling looked over and saw a colorful realm with hundreds of blooming flowers in front of him. Lin Ling checked and immediately knew that this realm was called the Sea of Flowers realm. It was one of the most beautiful realms in the East Border. Many experts from the East Border gathered here. There were even many experts from the 9 continents here. This dazzling and colorful world was very suitable for experts to enter the world and comprehend. However, what made Lin Ling happy was that the Sea of Flowers realm was already very close to the Blackstone Empire. At this moment, Lin Ling brought Yu Yu and the others to the Sea of Flowers realm. Looking around, this realm was also extremely vast and boundless, and the plants were also very exuberant. As soon as they landed, not far away, many warriors looked over with puzzled eyes. However, in order to avoid shocking the world, Lin Ling hid his cultivation. What a handsome man and woman! Those people couldn't see through Lin Ling and the others' cultivation, but they could see that Lin Ling and the others were very otherworldly, as elegant as immortals. This made them involuntarily take another look at Lin Ling and the others, especially some young men and women. They looked at Lin Ling and the others with a look of amazement. Lin Ling and the others naturally noticed those gazes, but they ignored them and casually walked with Yu Yu and the others. Although Yu Yu and the others were strong, they were originally women, so they liked flowers. The 2 girls ran around in the world of hundreds of flowers and played extremely happily. Lin Ling looked at the world full of vitality and suddenly understood. At this moment, his illusory god world was also slowly improving. As he walked, it was as if he saw flowers bloom and wilt. Interesting little guy. In the distance, an old man was walking with a large number of disciples. Suddenly, he saw Lin Ling and walked towards Lin Ling. Young friend, your talent is outstanding, and you also have some enlightenment in the world of flowers. You're really amazing. Not long after, the old man appeared not far away from Lin Ling and smiled. Lin Ling slowly opened his eyes and smiled. I'm just imagining things occasionally. Huh. Hearing this, the old man immediately laughed loudly. Imagining things? He didn't think so. However, the people behind him narrowed their eyes. It was because they thought that since the ancestor of a world took the initiative to speak with that youth should be extremely excited. However, who would have expected that the youth's reaction would be extremely calm, not excited, nor did he show any admiration. One had to know that the old man was one of the strongest in the Sea of Flowers. In fact, the old man was also a little depressed. He had seen Lin Ling and wanted to give him some advice, but when he asked, Lin Ling said that he was just imagining things. Because of this, he didn't know what to say even if he wanted to. However, as expected of a prominent figure in the Sea of Flowers, he smiled and said, Young friend, although the Sea of Flowers is beautiful, there will always be a time when it wilts. Flowers bloom and wilt, life, old age, illness, and death. This is the unchanging law of the world. Those who can see through it have seen through life and death. Lin Ling was instantly stunned. He knew that the old man wanted to give him some advice, and he couldn't help but laugh in his heart. With his strength, he was 100 times stronger than the old man. In terms of the grand Tao of the universe, life, old age, illness, and death, he saw through it more thoroughly than the old man. Of course, he knew that the old man didn't have any ill intentions, and he just appreciated the young man's talent. Chapter 3596. Not blooming for a lifetime, only for a moment of youth. The old man was stunned when he heard this. The disciples behind him were even more furious. This young man didn't know what was good for him. How dare he refute the patriarch's advice? He's still wet behind the ears and wants to pretend that he knows everything. He probably doesn't know what the great Tao is and what life, old age, sickness, and death are. What do you know? A woman who looked to be in her 20s couldn't help but shout, Gwr, don't be rude. However, The old man waved his hand and smiled. Patriarch, I can't stand how he pretends to know when he doesn't. The woman frowned and was unwilling to give up. Martial arts, martial arts. No two people's martial arts are the same. Everyone has their own views. If 100 people look at a flower, there will be 100 different views. The old man smiled kindly, which surprised Lin Ling. Although the old man wasn't strong, he was open-minded. Little friend, look over there. That's a moment of youth. It's an anomaly in the sea of flowers world. You said that the process of blooming is life. Unfortunately, they don't have life because they never bloom. Therefore, there are exceptions to everything. The old man smiled faintly. Lin Ling followed the old man's finger and saw that there were green grass at the foot of the mountain. The grass was green, but it didn't fit in with the hundreds of flowers around it because there were no flowers on the grass. And there were hundreds of flowers blooming all around. The moment of youth was indeed an anomaly. Moment of youth, what a good name. Lin Ling muttered to himself. That's why I said that there are exceptions to everything. The great path, the laws, and the rules that you think of are not the only ones at some point in time. Something else will also appear. Seeing that Lin Ling was finally deep in thought, the elder felt an inexplicable sense of pride in his heart. He wanted to give Lin Ling some pointers before, but Lin Ling replied to him with profound answers. These answers were so perfect that he couldn't refute them. Therefore, he finally found a chance to suppress Lin Ling's spirit. Now you know how powerful the patriarch is. He only knows how to put on an act. When it comes to life, can he compare to the patriarch? What a fame-seeking fellow. He said that the process of blooming is life. But if the splendor of a moment never blooms, how can there be life? He slapped his own face, said one of the disciples behind the patriarch. His words were filled with disdain for Lin Ling. Of course, Lin Ling didn't mind. He smiled faintly and nodded at the ancestor. This also made the old man secretly satisfied. This child was worth teaching. Brother Ling, let's go. Just when the old man thought that Lin Ling would come to acknowledge him as his master, Yu Yu's voice suddenly came from afar. When he saw this, Lin Ling planned to leave as well. However, he'd just taken a step when he suddenly turned around to look at the old man and said indifferently, "It doesn't blossom for a lifetime, only for a moment of youth. This is its life. There are thousands of Daos, so why should they be the same?" Leaving behind these words, Lin Ling turned around and left. The old man was stunned. This young man actually didn't have a master? Moreover, he gave another profound answer, which made him feel as if he had been enlightened. However, the disciple behind him was furious. What a stubborn young man. Even now, he still dares to talk back to the patriarch. He doesn't know how high the sky is. Just then, hundreds of flowers suddenly bloomed on a green grass field from afar. It was beautiful and fragrant. Every single flower was colorful. The moment they bloomed, everything around them seemed to have turned into an illusion. Auspicious beasts were galloping in midair, and rainbows were hanging in the sky. It was beautiful. Everyone was stunned. They couldn't believe it. The old man's pupils violently quivered. The splendor of a moment seemed to have bloomed. He's been in the realm of flowers for tens of thousands of years, and this was the first time he's seen the splendor of a moment bloom. To know that in his knowledge, there were no flowers in the splendor of a moment. It doesn't blossom for a lifetime, only for a moment of youth. This is its life. There are thousands of Daos, so why should they be the same? Suddenly, he remembered what Lin Ling said. It doesn't blossom for a lifetime, only for a moment of youth. Everyone's martial Dao and life were different. Why should the splendor of a moment be the same as other flowers? It was just like humans. Why should everyone's life be the same? Perhaps that was what Lin Ling wanted to say. "Sir, why are the flowers blooming?" Thinking of this, the old man looked into the distance and said in disbelief. However, the distance was silent. 3 figures had already walked into the distance. The old man suddenly realized that he had met an expert today. In front of him, the patriarch was actually a child. "Senior, please enlighten me." Plop. The old man hurriedly knelt down, scaring the disciples behind him. "If I wanted to bloom, it will bloom." Finally, Lin Ling's indifferent voice came from afar. It was a soft sentence, but it carried a domineering aura. It doesn't blossom for a lifetime, only for a moment of youth. Although the youth is short, like a moth flying into a flame, it is beautiful, and that is enough. This is its unique life, and also the path it has chosen. Then, a mysterious sentence was transmitted into the old man's mind. The old man's body trembled. He stared at the beautiful sea of flowers in the distance. Suddenly, an ancient power came from his body. This power was unprecedented. It surged into his mind and spread throughout his body. He had broken through. The disciples behind him were all dumbfounded. They had heard of it long ago. 30 years of spring and autumn, cold and summer. Once you achieve Tao, you will become an immortal. This meant that sometimes thousands of years of hard work were not as good as a sentence from the expert. They had always thought that this was just a legend. However, they actually encountered it today, and it happened to their master. Plop! Everyone knelt down, especially the girl who looked down on Lin Ling. At this moment, her face was red, and she was extremely regretful. She knew that she had missed a great opportunity. Unfortunately, the three people in front of her had disappeared without a trace. As for the old man, he raised his head. His face was full of excitement. When he thought of taking the mysterious person as his disciple, he immediately felt ashamed. Luckily, the expert did not mind it at all. Meanwhile, Lin Ling continued to move forward with Yu Yu. To him, the cultivators of the flower realm had limited talents. Thus, they would not be able to progress further on the path of martial arts. The only thing they could focus on was their comprehension of martial arts. Although it was not as important as one's talent, they could still become an expert after comprehending the Tao. Previously, even though the old man was trying to teach him a lesson, his attitude was quite friendly. As such, Lin Ling decided to give him some guidance. As for how much the old man could comprehend, it would depend on his own capabilities. Soon after, an ancient city appeared in front of him. Lin Ling glanced at the sky and decided not to continue on his journey. He decided to stay in the city that night. Inside an inn, Lin Ling yelled at the waiter, "Give me the best wine and meat." Even though his strength had improved tremendously, reaching the half-martial progenitor realm, he still retained his old habits. "Sure thing," the waiter immediately shouted in high spirits. When the wine and meat were served, Lin Ling immediately devoured the food and began to eat with Yu Yu and the others. Chapter 3597. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio Peeping. Night fell without anyone noticing. Everything was silent. In the guest room of the inn, Lin Ling looked at the two beauties on the bed and smiled. He sat down cross-legged and started to cultivate. However, not long after he started cultivating, a sound came from outside the window. Although it was very soft, Lin Ling's soul power was strong, and he could easily detect it. Then, a mysterious eye appeared in the void. It glanced at Lin Ling's guest room and then disappeared. Lin Ling frowned instantly. Peeping on him? How bold of him! At the same time, Yu Yu and the rest woke up. It had to be said that the person who peeped on them was very crude. Even Yu Yu and the rest could not hide from him. Brother Ling, Yu Yu and the rest were women after all. Although they did not see anything, they still felt very uncomfortable when they were peeped on. "Let's go and take a look." Lin Ling stood up. How dare he peep on his wife? That guy must be tired of living. At the same time, his spiritual strength sensed that the eye had appeared in another room. After a brief investigation, a colorless and odorless fragrance permeated the air. The person in the room immediately fainted. Subsequently, the void was opened, and two figures appeared. They wrapped the person on the bed and left under the cover of the night. Those two seemed to be kidnapping someone. Lin Ling then told Yu Yu and the rest what he had seen. Yu Yu and the rest frowned and looked at Lin Ling. They wanted to see what Lin Ling would do. "Let's go and take a look." Lin Ling's lips curled into a cold smile, because he sensed a familiar aura from the two people from before. "Will it be dangerous?" Yu Yu asked worriedly. "Don't worry. Not to mention the flower seed boundary. Even in the east boundary, there are not many people who can hurt us. Moreover, Those people are just small thieves. Lin Ling smiled calmly. Hearing that, Yu Yu and Xianxia were relieved. They then followed Lin Ling out of the inn. After leaving, they realized that they had worried too much. That was because those two people were very slow. They caught up with them easily. Hee, after catching that little bitch, we can blackmail them. That's right. Young master, what a good idea. It's rare for us to come to the east boundary. We can even blackmail some treasures. After this, we can immediately rush to the Blackstone Empire and assist the higher-ups in seizing the treasures. The two people were talking and talking, their voices sounding arrogant. Perhaps they thought that no one would be able to detect them. Unfortunately, not far away. Lin Ling, Yu Yu and the rest, Yu Yu and Xianxia, and followed them step by step. They were also going to the Blackstone Empire, and there were treasures. Lin Ling's lips curled into a smile as he began to look forward to it. The two of them turned left and right and finally landed in a quiet courtyard. Did you catch them? As soon as they landed, a low voice came from the small courtyard. Young master, we caught them. Were they discovered? Young master, we are assassins of the Flying Dragon organization. How could we be discovered so easily? That's good. Bring that little bitch here and inform her father to prepare to exchange treasures for her. In the darkness, the conversation continued. In the end, there were even a few complacent sneers. Since when did the Flying Dragon organization do such dirty things as kidnapping people? Outside the courtyard, Lin Ling looked at Yu Yu and the rest and couldn't help but laugh. Then, he kicked the door open and walked in casually. He then sneered. Instead of sleeping in the middle of the night, you guys want to steal people. You guys are really in the mood. The Flying Dragon Organization, Godly Escort Mansion, and Fu Hang Manor had all attacked Lin Ling in the past. However, the Godly Escort Mansion was almost uprooted by Lin Ling, and their vitality was greatly damaged. In the end, they begged Lin Ling for mercy. Although Fu Hang Manor was fine, they also paid a large sum of money and swore never to provoke Lin Ling again. Only the Flying Dragon Organization still didn't reply. This also meant that the Flying Dragon Organization didn't intend to compromise with Lin Ling. The entrance of Lin Ling and the rest immediately silenced the small courtyard. Then, in the darkness, an angry roar sounded. 2 pieces of trash. You can't do anything right. Young master, it's our fault. 2 voices rang out at the same time. Then, the small courtyard lit up, and 3 figures appeared in the courtyard. 2 of them were standing, and the one in the middle was sitting. The person sitting was very young, and his face was very pale. He looked like a scholar who didn't even have the strength to truss a chicken. However, Lin Ling knew that this person wasn't a scholar, but an assassin. The seemingly powerless scholar just wanted to numb people and make them careless. This was also the characteristic of an assassin. The moment they didn't make a move, they would never reveal their killing intent. Who are you? Why have you come here in the middle of the night? The scholar smiled and looked at Lin Ling. First, he was surprised by Yu Yu and the rest's beauty, and then he asked politely, "To kill you." Lin Ling went straight to the point. "You really know how to joke." The scholar smiled again, and a white jade fan appeared in his hand. He gently waved it. "Perhaps you don't know where we came from. Tell him who we are." The 2 beside him immediately sneered. "We are assassins from the Flying Dragon Organization." They obviously wanted to use the Flying Dragon Organization to intimidate Lin Ling and the rest. Moreover, even if Lin Ling and the rest didn't kill them, they wouldn't let Lin Ling go, because only the dead would keep secrets. "Do you think I have the time to joke with you?" Lin Ling shook his head. "However, if you weren't from the Flying Dragon Organization, I might have let you go. Unfortunately, you're from the Flying Dragon Organization, so it's hard for you not to die. Attack!" As soon as Lin Ling finished speaking, the scholar shouted sternly. His reaction was really terrifying. He realized that Lin Ling wasn't fooled, so he immediately attacked first to gain the upper hand. The silent darkness suddenly spread out like a tide. In the darkness, all of one's senses would disappear, and it was extremely terrifying. Unfortunately, they were facing Lin Ling. Lin Ling didn't even make a move, but Xianxia and Yu made a move. Yu punched into the darkness, and then the sound of bones breaking was heard. A figure was sent flying and fell to the ground, dying instantly. What? The scholar's expression changed drastically. So strong? At the same time, a dazzling light appeared, and a page of scripture pressed down from the sky, smashing another person into pieces. Moreover, Yu and Xianxia didn't stop. They disappeared into the darkness, and then a large number of figures were sent flying. It turned out that there were many assassins hidden in this small courtyard. These assassins were very powerful and could kill people from thousands of miles away. Unfortunately, they met Lin Ling and the rest from the final world. Plop. Looking at the assassins dying one after another, the scholar knew that he had kicked an iron plate. He immediately knelt down. Senior, please spare my life. Please spare my life. Chapter 3598. Guessing. Lin Ling was very close to the scholar. With the scholar's strength, he could have used a fatal attack and turned the tables. But for some reason, the scholar did not dare to do so. It was as if the young man standing in front of him was even more terrifying than the god of assassins. Then, the scholar seemed to have thought of something and said anxiously, "Oh right, the experts of the Flying Dragon organization are rushing to the Blackstone Empire. I heard that there are treasures there. Senior, I'll tell you the secret of the Flying Dragon organization. Can you spare my life?" Sigh. Lin Ling tilted his head and looked at him indifferently. He smiled sarcastically. "Do you think I'm an idiot? You want me to spare your life with this bullshit information?" Sigh. "Senior, spare my life. That's all I know." Sigh. The scholar kept kowtowing. "It's really embarrassing to be an assassin like you. Also, don't disturb other people's sleep in the middle of the night, especially by peeping." Sigh. Lin Ling raised his foot and stomped lightly. With a boom, the whole courtyard shook. The scholar was stomped into meat paste by Lin Ling. His whole body was buried under the ground, reaching a depth of 100 meters. Then, Lin Ling looked around. With a wave of his right hand, a colorful fire appeared and burned everything. All the corpses had been incinerated, but what was shocking was that the other things in the small courtyard were unscathed. Not even a single blade of grass was affected. It was a flame that could burn everything. "Brother Ling, look." At this time, Xianxia's voice came. There was a black cloth bag in the corner of the room. After opening it, a girl about 18 or 19 years old could be seen sleeping there. The girl looked delicate and pretty. Her long eyelashes were fluttering. This should be the girl they kidnapped. Lin Ling nodded indifferently. He did not care about the girl. What he cared about was what the scholar had said before. It seemed that many assassins of the Flying Dragon organization had gathered in the Blackstone Empire for a treasure. Lin Ling was curious about the treasure that could make assassins gather. Moreover, with Lin Ling's trump cards and Yu's sword of swallowing heaven's fortune, Lin Ling dared to fight the god of assassins of the Flying Dragon organization. Then, Lin Ling lightly waved his arm, and a surge of realm energy rushed toward the young girl, easily curing her poison. Lin Ling at his level, unless it was a god's poison, realm god's poison, ordinary realm poison. This realm was the ultimate world's ultimate. "Where am I?" The woman gently opened her eyes. Her eyes were a little blank, and then her pretty face changed. "What do you want?" "Let me tell you, my father is from the Yu family. If you dare to mess around, he will not let you go." She looked at Lin Ling and the others warily and quietly retreated. Seeing this, Yu and the others immediately smiled. "Little sister, you don't have to be too nervous. We are not the ones who kidnapped you, but the ones who saved you." "You show us?" The girl looked at Yu show us. Her vigilance was not as strong as before. Yu show us. Maybe Yu show us was not a bad person. The girl bowed. "Thank you, benefactors. If Qing Air fell into the hands of those people, she would be better off dead. By the way, where are those people from before? They are all dead, killed by my husband." Xianxia smiled and walked towards the woman. She held the woman's hand and walked over. "Moreover, they are from the Flying Dragon organization. Maybe they have some conflicts with Yu family. That's why they attacked you. Yu Xios, the Flying Dragon Organization. Qing, Er's expression changed drastically when she heard Yu Yu's words. Then, she looked at Lin Ling in surprise. She knew that the members of the Flying Dragon Organization were all very powerful, but this handsome young man had killed them all. This seemed a little impossible. Lin Ling nodded and did not explain anything. He said indifferently, "You go back first and leave this troublesome place." Okay. Qing was also eager to leave. However, she was grateful that Lin Ling Xios had saved her life. She bowed to Lin Ling Xios again. "I am from the Yu family. Our Yu family is one of the top families in this area. I will tell my father about this." After saying that, Qing hurriedly left the small courtyard. Upon hearing Qing O's words, Lin Ling frowned but didn't say much. He led Yu Yu and the rest out of the courtyard. "Brother Ling, what's wrong?" Yu Yu Xios noticed Lin Ling Xios' actions and asked curiously. This girl called Qing seems to know about the Flying Dragon Organization. This means that the Flying Dragon Organization also exists in this realm. Therefore, even if the Yu family knew that it was the Flying Dragon Organization who kidnapped Qing, they would not dare to do anything. However, if the Yu family leader is brave enough, he will seek revenge from the Flying Dragon Organization, even if he has to sacrifice the entire Yu family. If the master of the Yu family is an indecisive person, he will definitely suspect that we are the ones who kidnapped Qing. After all, we have killed all the people who kidnapped Qing. Dead men tell no tales. Lin Ling Xios told Xios' guess. If it's true, then the Yu family is too shameless. Xin Yuan Guer Xios frowned. They had saved Qing, but they were misunderstood as the kidnappers. Anyone would be unhappy. Qing looks inexperienced. I don't think she is that kind of person. Yu Xios said. She is innocent, so I don't think so. However, the Yu family might do the same. All right. Lin Ling Xios smiled faintly. However, we don't have to worry about such a small family. Perhaps when they come to us, we will have already left. Moreover, this is just my guess. Things might not be like this. Let's go. All right. Lin Ling Xios, after all, he had been in the world for many years. He had considered everything before doing anything. Immediately, Lin Ling Xios and Yu Xios left the small courtyard. Their destination was the Blackstone Empire. However, just as Lin Ling Xios had guessed, when Qing returned to the Yu family, the whole family was in turmoil. "Qing, where have you been for the whole night?" A burly middle-aged man looked at Qing worriedly. Qing did not hide anything and told him everything that had happened. The Flying Dragon Organization? Master Black Dragon? The burly middle-aged man was furious. Of course, he knew the Flying Dragon Organization. He also knew who the leader of the Flying Dragon Organization was. He did not expect that the Flying Dragon Organization would dare to touch his daughter. Family leader, there is something fishy about this. However, at this time, an old man frowned and said, this old man had a high status in the Yu family. He was the family leader's brother and Qing's uncle. Big brother, what do you think? The family leader looked at the old man immediately. Chapter 35:99. Selling her body to bury her father. Uncle, I don't think they are that kind of people. Hearing this, Qing frowned. Qing did you see them attack? The old man suddenly asked. Qing shook her head. She really didn't see anything. Have you seen the corpses of the people from the Flying Dragon Organization? The old man asked again. Qing shook her head again. Seeing this, the old man was finally certain. Looks like they are the ones who kidnapped Qing. These people are really vicious. They are trying to sow discord between our huge Yu family and the Flying Dragon Organization. His words made Qing anxious. She had a feeling that Lin Ling and the others were not the ones who kidnapped her. However, the elder did not wait for her to speak. He had already ordered the Yu family, send out all the experts of the Yu family, capture those despicable people, and make an example out of them. Yes, everyone accepted the order and left. The entire city was gradually in an uproar. After Lin Ling and the others walked out of the small courtyard, it was not long before dawn. The streets gradually became lively, and all kinds of hawkers set up stalls on both sides of the street. Most of the items they sold were flowers. However, these flowers had extraordinary uses as well. Some could be used as medicine, some could be used to make clothes, and some could be used to fill the stomach. This was an eye-opener for Lin Ling and the others. Along the way, Lin Ling also bought some rare flowers for medicinal purposes. As for Yu Yu and the others, they bought even more. For example, some flowers that could be maintained for a year without withering. This was a fatal attraction to most girls. The three of them chatted as they walked. It was as if they had returned to the sacred land of the rainforest. However, not long after, a group of people appeared in front of them. They were gathered together and pointing at them. Xian Yuangu Er's beautiful eyes lit up, and she pulled Lin Ling into the crowd. Lin Ling couldn't help but secretly feel helpless. Watching a show was also a woman's nature. After arriving at the crowd, Lin Ling discovered a young girl of about 14 or 15 years old kneeling on the ground. The young girl was wearing mourning clothes, and her long hair covered her face. In front of her was a wooden sign with the words, "Selling myself to bury my father," written on it. In front of the wooden sign lay a corpse wrapped in a straw mat. This scene caused Lin Ling to be momentarily stunned. Selling her body to bury her father? This kind of plot had only appeared on TV in his previous life. Who would have thought that he, Lin Ling, would encounter it? Sure enough, the longer one lived, the more they would encounter all sorts of things. Lin Ling's interest was piqued. When he looked at Yu Yu and the others again, they didn't look interested. Instead, they looked at him sympathetically. This caused Lin Ling to also look at the young girl. The young girl's body was frail, and her head was lowered. However, Lin Ling could still sense a sense of sorrow from her body. It seemed that this selling her body to bury her father was true. Suddenly, Lin Ling's eyes lit up. There was a strange aura hidden within the girl's body. Although this aura was dim, it was abnormally tenacious. When Lin Ling's soul force approached, it actually sensed Lin Ling's soul force and resisted it. Interesting. Lin Ling's lips curled into a smile. His soul force was extremely strong. The young girl had no martial strength, but the energy within her body was able to resist it. This showed that this young girl was not simple. TSK. Everyone says that 18 years old is brittle. Looking at your appearance, you're only 14 years old. However, your figure is not bad. Come, raise your head and let me see. Your looks are not bad. I will buy you. I will pay you any price. At this time, a skinny young man dressed like a rich young master laughed. The crowd immediately began to jeer. The young girl kept her head down, so they were curious about her appearance. After all, her figure was not bad. Of course, there were exceptions to everything. Some girls had good figures, but their looks were ugly. Therefore, the crowd was not stupid enough to not pay without checking the goods. Raise your head and take a look. If you don't raise your head, who will buy it? Another person said, "If someone is willing to bury my father, I will raise my head." But who knew that the young girl was extremely stubborn? Her voice was as clear as yellow jade, and she still refused to raise her head to speak. At this time, the crowd also began to curse. Obviously, they did not want to be cheated. Your voice is not bad. Raise your head and let me see. As long as you can catch my eye, I will buy you even if it is 100 taels of silver. The skinny young man said again, 50 taels of silver. I will buy it. But at this time, Lin Ling interrupted him and said calmly. His words made the young girl's delicate body tremble. She seemed to be excited. Then, she stood up and looked at Lin Ling. However, when she lifted her long hair, a peerless face appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Fair skin and delicate facial features. Overall, she looked exceptionally beautiful. She exuded a faint aura that gave people a sense of tranquility. Moreover, under the morning sun, she gave people a sense of holiness. Even Lin Ling could not help but be surprised. Previously, because of the mysterious energy in the young girl, he did not check the young girl's face. He did not expect her to be so beautiful. He even thought that the young girl was hiding her face and that she might have a pig's face. In reality, the others thought so too. Wow, she is so beautiful. She is already devastatingly beautiful at such a young age. How beautiful will she be when she grows up? Beautiful, beautiful. I want this little beauty. 100 taels of silver. 200 taels. 250 taels. Shut up, all of you. I will pay 500 taels. Let's see who could be richer than me. The skinny young man was drooling as he roared angrily. Do you think you're the only one who is rich? I will pay 800 taels. An old man with a walking stick also roared. Everyone looked at him in shock. He was so old, yet he was still a romantic. He was full of energy. What are you looking at? I have money. I could do whatever I want. The old man smiled proudly. He looked at the young girl and said with a smile, Little beauty, from now on, you belong to me, Mr. Liu. You will live a good life and have no worries for the rest of your life. Bullshit, you old fart. You don't even know if you can get hard. How dare you snatch my woman? The skinny young man naturally did not dare to show weakness. 1,000 taels of silver. Lin Ling watched from the side as the crowd competed. He was expressionless and did not bid. If the young girl chose the one with more money, then such a person was not worth his help. Although the young girl might not have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of her life if she followed other people, but if she followed Lin Ling, she could achieve great things and have an endless lifespan. This was the difference between mortals and gods. Whether she would miss this opportunity in the end would depend on the young girl's own choice. Yu and the rest did not speak. They watched quietly, although they did not know why Lin Ling bid. Even if Lin Ling wanted to marry a concubine, they would not care. In an instant, the price rose and exceeded everyone's expectations. One had to know that before the young girl raised her head. Most of the people were watching a good show. Only Lin Ling bid. However, when they raised their heads and saw the young girl's peerless beauty, everyone stretched their necks like ducks and shouted crazily. In the end, the price had reached 5,000 taels of silver. Chapter 3600. Principles. However, the price was still rising. The two people who were still bidding were the old man and the skinny young man. Fuck, you want to play with me? Don't think that I can't see through you. In fact, you're just a poor bastard. You don't even have 10 taels of silver. When the price reached 6,000 taels, the old man finally got angry. Haha, it's none of your business. Now it's 6,000 taels. Are you going to follow me or not? If you're not going to follow me, then get lost. How dare a poor bastard fight with me over a woman? Look at yourself before you piss off. The skinny young man said casually, You're looking for death. Men, beat him to death. The old man was so angry that his face turned red. He suddenly roared. A few warriors rushed out from behind him. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they pounced on the skinny young man. Haha, you dare to fight with me in my territory? Don't you know that I'm the young master of the Yu family? However, who knew that the skinny young man was not afraid at all. Instead, he said casually. After he finished speaking, another man walked out from behind him. However, he was stronger. In a few moves, he smashed the old man to the ground. Yu family. The old man's face changed. This family was the tyrant of the city. He never thought that the skinny young man he met would be the young master of the Yu family. Put on. He immediately knelt down and kowtowed. I have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. I hope that, young master, you will be magnanimous and not take it to heart. Beat him. The skinny young man did not give him any face. He shouted coldly and then looked at the young girl with a smile. Little beauty, can you go back with me now? Don't worry, I will bury your father properly. From now on, you will follow me and you will have no worries for the rest of your life. Yu family. Looks like the little beauty belongs to the Yu family. Sigh, it's good to have a big family behind you. Sigh, the surrounding people said enviously. Since the Yu family had taken action, who would dare to fight with them? Seeing that the situation had finally calmed down, the young girl was no longer as panicked. However, when the skinny young man's hand reached out, she dodged and then went behind Lin Ling. Young master, he has already bought me for 50 taels of silver. From now on, I belong to his family. Sigh. After hiding behind Lin Ling, the young girl said, What? I offered 6,000 taels of silver and you? Sigh. Seeing this, the skinny young man's eyes narrowed. Was he playing with him? I never said that I wanted to bid. I only said that I would follow whoever buried my father for me. Therefore, everything is first come, first served. It was he who bought me first. The young girl's voice was very firm. Her words caused a smile to appear on the corners of Lin Ling's mouth. It seems that this young girl is a person with principles. She is worthy of my help. Yu Yu and Xianyuan Guer looked at each other and laughed. Furthermore, the man was holding the two women's hands. Could it be that the two women were already taken? Very good. I admire people with integrity. But do you think he'll take you just because you want to? Let me tell you, I'm from the Yu family. The skinny young man laughed. He looked at the young girl coldly. He believed that as long as they weren't idiots, they would give face to the Yu family. The young girl looked at Lin Ling. Uncle, will you take me? It's pointless for you to ask, because he doesn't even dare to nod his head, let alone speak. The skinny young man said confidently, Of course. If you're willing, I won't give you up. Lin Ling opened his mouth. The skinny young man, who was full of confidence, almost fell to the ground. Lin Ling really dared to take her. The skinny young man roared and stared at Lin Ling. Do you know who I am? Do you want to die? Smash him to death. The strong man from before immediately jumped at Lin Ling. This was a strong man from the Yu family. Ordinary people couldn't stop him. The young girl shouted subconsciously, Benefactor, be careful. Get lost. However, Lin Ling let out a low growl. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Puff! The strong man spat out a mouthful of blood. He fell to the ground and fainted. Lin Ling was still holding back. Otherwise, he could have turned into an idiot with just one look. Everyone was frightened. The skinny young man's eyes widened. What was going on? Why didn't he punch? Why did the strong man of the Yu family faint? Lin Ling walked forward step by step. His eyes were cold. Puff! The skinny young man fell to the ground. His pants were wet and the smell of urine drifted out. He kept waving his hands. Don't come over. I'm a young master of the Yu family. If you dare to touch me, the Yu family won't let you go. Trash! Lin Ling looked down at the skinny young man. With a kick, the skinny young man flew out like a kite. Seeing Lin Ling's power with her own eyes, the young girl was scared silly. This uncle is not an ordinary person. Yu Yu looked at the young girl dotingly. Not an ordinary person? The young girl's body trembled. Could this uncle be a strong martial artist? If she followed the skinny young man, she could live a carefree life. But she missed out on a wider sky. But if she followed this uncle, her world would change. She could fly higher and see more of the world. She couldn't help but smile. Luckily, she stuck to her principles. Otherwise, she would regret it for the rest of her life. Lin Ling walked back and looked at the young girl. He smiled. Little girl, are you willing to follow us? If you don't, we can give you some money. It's enough for you to live a carefree life. I'm willing. I'm willing. The young girl hurriedly said. She was afraid that she would be chased away by Lin Ling. All right, what's your name? Lin Ling nodded and asked again. My name is Xianxia. The young girl said nervously. Xiaoning, that's a good name. From today onwards, you will be in charge of taking care of them. Can you do it? Lin Ling smiled and pointed at Yu Yu and company. Benefactor, I can do it. Xiaoning was born poor. This is not difficult for Xiaoning. All right, you will be in charge of taking care of their daily lives. Stay by their side. After we leave this place, I will teach you some martial arts for self-defense. Also, I can tell you that you have good talent. This talent is called the ultimate desolate body. In the future, you will definitely be above others. Benefactor, I don't wish to be above others. I only wish to stay by the side of Lady Yu Yu and company. Chapter 36:01 Evil Intentions. Next, Lin Ling took out some treasures and asked someone to bury Xiaoning's father. Then, he planned to leave the Flower Ocean boundary. However, Just as they were about to leave the ancient city, a large number of experts surrounded them. There were so many of them that not even a drop of water could get through. It was rare to see so many experts moving together. Hence, many warriors in the city began to talk about it. They were all curious about who had offended the powerful Yu family. A dense, murderous aura also quietly spread out on the street. Although Lin Ling and the other two were surrounded, their expressions remained calm. On the other hand, Xiaoning's face was filled with worry. However, although she did not know what had happened, she stubbornly refused to leave and continued to stand by Yu Yu's side. Your Excellency, why did you kidnap the eldest daughter of the Yu family? At this moment, an old man walked out with his hands behind his back. Yu family? Lin Ling couldn't help but come to a realization. He then laughed sarcastically. It seems that Brother Ling's guess was right. Yu Yu and the rest laughed sarcastically. They also saw Qing in the crowd. However, Qing was being held back by someone. It seemed that she was helpless about this matter. If I said that I didn't, would you believe me? Lin Ling said calmly. Are you still trying to deny it? The old man shouted coldly. He glared at Lin Ling and said, Where did this junior come from? You have evil intentions. You must have a grudge against the Flying Dragon organization. Hence, you want to borrow the power of the Yu family to take revenge on the Flying Dragon organization. The power of the Yu family? Lin Ling was stunned and couldn't help but laugh even louder. He did not know how the Yu family was powerful. Father, it's not like that. At this moment, Qing broke free from her restraints and shouted anxiously. Qing, come back. However, the head of the Yu family caught her quickly. Qing could only look at Lin Ling and the other two apologetically. However, Lin Ling and the other two did not mind and smiled. Lin Ling's smile gradually turned into a mocking smile. Since he was bored, he might as well play with them. He said calmly, All right, I admit that it's the powerful Yu family. What does the Yu family plan to do now? Yes, go and tell Lord Hei Long of the Flying Dragon organization that you are trying to frame the Yu family. The old man said coldly. Clarify? It seems that the Yu family is very afraid of the Flying Dragon organization. However, don't you think that the Yu family is very boring? I saved you, young miss, so I will take responsibility for everything. If the Flying Dragon organization wants to find someone, they should be looking for us. Why is your Yu family running out? Is it to prove that the Yu family, the Flying Dragon organization, is that why you want to distance yourself from me? Or is it both? You to me to you to the family to kill organization? The old man's to say you, because this was indeed a combination of both. The Flying Dragon organization was too powerful. The Yu family did not want the Flying Dragon organization to misunderstand them. That was why they caught Lin Ling and asked him to clarify the matter. Of course, they also wanted to prove that they were powerful and that they were an ancient family. That was why they sent all of their experts. You have a sharp tongue. I think you just want to use the power of the Yu family to take revenge on the Flying Dragon organization. That's why you put on this show. You kidnapped Qing and you let her go. You didn't kill anyone from the Flying Dragon organization. That's a good plan. But with me here, you won't get what you want. The old man shouted angrily as if he had seen through all of Lin Ling's tricks. This old man is really imaginative. Lin Ling could not help but admire him. Yu Yu and the rest giggled. They thought so too. Rumble. At this moment, dark clouds rolled in from the sky. Then, a terrifying airwave turned into a black ancient dragon. It hovered in the sky and shocked the whole city. Lord Black Dragon. Everyone in the city was shocked. Many of them had heard of this expert. It was said that he was an expert from the martial god realm. The faces of the Yu family's people changed drastically. Although they were the most powerful family, they always knew that the real expert was Lord Black Dragon. However, this expert liked to live in seclusion. That was why he rarely interfered with their affairs. Now that such an expert was on the move, something big was going to happen. The Yu family killed someone from the Flying Dragon organization. In the sky, a low and deep voice rang out, causing everyone to feel extremely stifled. Killed someone from the Flying Dragon organization. Who is so bold? Could it be the Yu family? Everyone in the city started to talk about it. The faces of the Yu family members changed greatly. They were wronged. They didn't even know who was in the Flying Dragon organization and who was killed. As for Qing, she seemed to have thought of something. Her face changed even more. Tell me, who is it? Don't think that I don't know that the assassins of the Flying Dragon organization have some kind of relationship with each other. The beast-like voice was roaring in the sky. The Yu family members were silent. No one dared to speak. Rumble. At this moment, a powerful wave of air surged down. It was like a terrifying thunderbolt had struck down and landed among the experts of the Yu family. In just one move, the Yu family had lost a large number of people. The faces of the patriarch and the old man instantly turned incomparably pale. He was too strong. There was simply no match for him. I know, Lord Black Dragon. I know it's them. Suddenly, the old man pointed at Lin Ling and the others as he spoke. Since it had come to this, they had to put the blame on Lin Ling and the others. It's you guys. The giant black dragon in the sky looked at Lin Ling and the other two with a ferocious aura. However, in the eyes of Lord Black Dragon, Lin Ling and the other two were very ordinary. He did not notice anything special about them. On the other hand, Lin Ling revealed a disdainful smile. How dare a little worm call himself Lord Black Dragon in front of him? Even Yu and the rest laughed in disdain. Of course, Lin Ling did not pay attention to Lord Black Dragon. Instead, he looked at the old man with disgust and said sarcastically, "You said before that I wanted to borrow the strength of the Yu family to take revenge on the Flying Dragon organization. I want to ask, where is the strength of the Yu family?" His words were like a sharp sword that pierced deeply into the hearts of the Yu family members. Previously, they appeared arrogantly and domineeringly. They thought that Lin Ling had directed and acted out show. His goal was to borrow the strength of the Yu family to take revenge. But now, where was the strength of the Yu family? In the face of Lord Black Dragon, the Yu family members were killed and injured in one move. They were begging for mercy. To be honest, if I really wanted to take revenge on the Flying Dragon organization, unless I was blind, I wouldn't ask a bunch of bragging and cowardly people like you for help. Lin Ling said again. His words were like a loud slap that made the faces of the Yu family members burn. The old man was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Chapter 36:02. Lord Black Dragon. Of course, this is only one of the reasons. Secondly, didn't you family say that I directed and acted in a show? But now that the Flying Dragon organization is here, you're saying that I killed them? May I ask, did I direct and act in a show? Or did I really kill someone from the Flying Dragon organization? Lin Ling said again. Another resounding slap rang out. When it landed in the ears of every member of the Yu family, they nearly exploded from anger. Among the members of the Yu family, only Xianxia felt extremely carefree. She had already guessed that Lin Ling was the one who saved her and not the one who kidnapped her. Yu family is dirty, despicable, shameless, despicable. A family head can't even compare to a little girl. Shame on you. Lin Ling reprimanded the members of the Yu family when they were speechless from anger. Everyone from the Yu family stared at Lin Ling. If looks could kill, they would have cut Lin Ling into pieces. As for Xiaoning, who was behind Lin Ling, she was shocked. She never expected Uncle Lin to be so powerful that he could intimidate so many experts. Are you afraid of him? For him, you kneeled down and begged for mercy. You even pushed everything to me? Lin Ling spoke again, his gaze fixed on the black dragon in the sky. I just want to know how you will feel when you realize that the Demon King in your heart can't even withstand a single blow. With that said, Lin Ling's eyes moved as the space-time divine steel descended from the sky. The terrifying suppression caused the entire Flower Sea realm to tremble. Everyone found it difficult to breathe as their faces were filled with shock. As for Lord Black Dragon in the sky, he never expected someone to be so strong. He roared and soared into the sky like a flying dragon. But soon, the ancient divine pagoda in the sky made him realize that the divine pagoda was not something he could resist. Lord Black Dragon roared angrily. Ultimate desolate body. There was no ultimate desolate body in the Flower Sea realm. Many people did not even know what the ultimate desolate body was. Only Lord Black Dragon knew, because he came from the Flying Dragon organization. As for the members of the Yu family, their jaws dropped. Even an expert as strong as Lord Black Dragon was suppressed. Who are you? Lord Black Dragon roared at the sky, his entire body trembling from the pressure. He gritted his teeth and said, "If you dare to kill me, the Flying Dragon organization will not let you go. Just wait for the fury of the Flying Dragon organization. You will die without a burial ground. Perhaps, but you won't be able to see that day." Lin Ling shook his head. Flying Dragon organization? He had seen a lot of Lin Ling. Using the Flying Dragon organization to threaten Lin Ling was completely ineffective. Rumble. The ancient divine steel smashed down from the sky, completely suppressing Lord Black Dragon and smashing him into pieces. The whole city was shocked. The people of the Yu family trembled. Killed in one move? That young man was so strong? Everyone was in disbelief. They even felt that it was terrifying and like a dream. After all, everyone in the Flower Ocean realm knew of Lord Black Dragon's strength. Then, many people began to discuss. Previously, the Yu family said that the young man wanted to use the powerful Yu family to take revenge on the Flying Dragon organization. But now, it seems that the young man is much stronger than the Yu family. He doesn't need the Yu family's strength at all. Don't the Yu family feel embarrassed saying such things? Ironically, the Yu family members were killed by Lord Black Dragon, but the one who saved them was that young man. But that young man is so strong. He killed Lord Black Dragon with one giant pagoda. I wonder what cultivation realm he is in. The people of the Yu family were so embarrassed that they wanted to dig a hole and hide in it. How can he be so strong? The Yu family elder's face darkened. He thought that Lin Ling wanted to kill him with a borrowed knife. But in the end, it was his own wishful thinking. Now, Lin Ling embarrassed him in front of the whole city. This made him angry. When he looked at Qing, and the Yu family leader, they were also shocked. Especially Qing, she was sure that the young man was her savior. This person is really amazing. The Yu family leader mumbled to himself. Second brother, you're too short-sighted. But at this time, the Yu family elder said coldly, "Big brother, what do you mean?" The Yu family leader was confused. Although this young man is strong, he killed Master He Long. If Master He Long was alone, we wouldn't care about this young man's rudeness. However, Master He Long has the Flying Dragon organization behind him. So this matter isn't that simple. The old man said seriously. His eyes were shining, and he seemed to be looking into the distance. After he said that, the Yu family leader's face changed slightly. Qing listened to their conversation and frowned. Uncle said that the Yu family wouldn't care about their savior's rudeness. But who in the Yu family could be their savior's opponent? When Lord Black Dragon killed the Yu family members, no one in the Yu family dared to stand up for him. They only begged for mercy. So, what right did the Yu family have to say such words? They even spoke in a superior tone, as if the young man was a peasant. Big brother, what do you think we should do? The Yu family leader asked. The old man from the Yu family looked at Lin Ling from afar and said indifferently, Lord Black Dragon is an 8-kill expert of the Flying Dragon organization. He is not to be underestimated. Once he dies, the Flying Dragon organization will not let this matter rest. I fear that they will vent their anger on us. Therefore, this young man must go to the Flying Dragon organization and tell them that this matter has nothing to do with our Yu family. Okay. The Yu family leader nodded and looked at Lin Ling. He said, My friend, do you know that you've made a big mistake? Now, you'd better go to the Flying Dragon organization and apologize to them personally. Also, tell them that this has nothing to do with us. Lin Ling was walking towards Yu and the rest. After hearing what the Yu family leader said, he looked at the Yu family leader strangely and asked, Are you talking to me? Who else could it be? You'd better go immediately. Otherwise, if the Flying Dragon organization gets angry, who's going to bear their anger? The Yu family leader frowned. This time, Lin Ling laughed and shook his head. His laughter was filled with ridicule. Yu and the rest laughed as well. This was the first time they saw such a foolish person. Of course, the Flying Dragon organization wasn't to be trifled with. However, were they easy to be trifled with? You guys really have a life of a dog. When Lord Black Dragon killed your people, none of you dared to say anything. Instead, I killed Lord Black Dragon, and you want me to apologize? After laughing, Lin Ling couldn't help but mock. Ignorant kid, you killed Lord Black Dragon. That's your business. However, you've implicated the Yu family. If the Flying Dragon organization starts a massacre, will you stop them? Will you save us? This time, the old man from the Yu family spoke as well. When Qing heard their words, she felt disgusted. Chapter 36:03. But Lin Ling, the son of the devil? Huh? Lin Ling laughed again. You said it yourself. I killed Master Black Dragon. Not my business. Since it's my business, then it's none of your business. You are unreasonable. Hearing this, the elder from the Yu family was furious. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the crowd in the distance also began to discuss spiritedly. The Yu family wanted to distance themselves from this matter, so they wanted the young man to apologize to the Flying Dragon organization. However, since they wanted to distance themselves from this matter, why should the young man give face to the Yu family? Now, the Yu family saw that the young man did not give face to them and was angry. It was as if they were unreasonable if they did not cooperate with them. In fact, the Yu family was the unreasonable one. If that's the case, then don't blame me for being rude. Capture him. If you can't capture him alive, then a dead body will do. The elder from the Yu family felt humiliated as he was stared at by so many people. He roared angrily. How dare you? How dare you not listen to the Yu family? Hearing the elder's order, the Yu family's experts began to move. Each of them was filled with murderous intent. Perhaps they had been dominating the area for too long and had forgotten that Lin Ling could kill Master Black Dragon. How could he be afraid of them? You must have a death wish. Looking at the group of people rushing towards him, Lin Ling shook his head. The mockery in his eyes disappeared and was replaced with coldness. At first, Lin Ling was not angry when he was wronged by the Yu family. Instead, he had a mocking attitude. However, he was now disgusted by the Yu family. Get out of my way. Lin Ling did not need to do anything. He only needed to look at them. The Eye of Chaos. A terrifying, murderous aura surged towards them like a tidal wave. Rumble. All the Yu family's experts lost consciousness as if they were struck by lightning. Who else wants to capture me? You or you? Lin Ling stood with his hands behind his back. Like a god, he looked at the Yu family calmly. If it weren't for the fact that the Yu family were too weak, and if it weren't for Qing he would have killed those experts with one strike. You or you? The entire sky was filled with Lin Ling's questions. As for the Yu family, no one dared to speak. You are too bold. When the Yu family elder saw that so many people from the Yu family were injured, he roared in anger. So what if I'm bold? What can an ant like you do to me? Lin Ling laughed mockingly. You. The elder of the Yu family was so angry that he almost spat out blood. He took a step forward and was about to attack. You overestimate yourself. Lin Ling shouted coldly. The Eye of Primal Chaos rushed forward. How could the old man of the Yu family block it? Puff. The old man from the Yu family spat out a mouthful of blood. He had only taken one step, and he no longer had the strength to resist. Weak. Lin Ling continued to look down at the old man and spat out a single word in disdain. This single word made the old man from the Yu family spit out another mouthful of blood. He was filled with hatred, anger, and indignation. How dare you hurt my brother? At this moment, the head of the Yu family shouted angrily. The same goes for you. To me, you are just an ant. Lin Ling looked at the head of the Yu family, and a murderous aura filled the air. Puff. The head of the Yu family also spat out a mouthful of blood. He flew backward and crashed on the ground. The two of them could not withstand Lin Ling's gaze. Many martial artists in the city shook their heads. The two experts of the Yu family could not withstand Lin Ling's gaze at all. How dare they ask Lin Ling to apologize? How ironic. Who killed He Long? However, at this moment, the sky was filled with murderous aura. Almost 10,000 people appeared in the sky like ghosts and sealed off the entire city. It was even possible that they had sealed off the entire world. The 10,000 people were silent. However, the murderous aura from them was so dense that it made people feel as if they had met the Grim Reaper. Moreover, it was 10,000 Grim Reapers. The Flying Dragon Organization. The legendary assassin organization. Oh my God, so many people are here. They are here for Lord He Long. Many people started to guess. They looked at Lin Ling quietly. They knew that Lin Ling was dead meat. Lin Ling could defeat one assassin. But could he defeat 10,000 assassins? On the ground, the old man from a Yu family was stunned at first. Then, he laughed heartily. Now, he wanted to see Lin Ling die with his own eyes and let Lin Ling know the consequences of being arrogant. He killed He Long. The old man from a Yu family shouted and pointed at Lin Ling. At this moment, the 10,000 assassins all looked at Lin Ling. The murderous aura that was formed by their murderous aura was almost materialized. At this moment, more people thought that Lin Ling was not a match for these assassins. Not at all. However, Lin Ling smiled faintly. Flying Dragon Organization, it is time to end the grudge between us. As soon as he said that, the entire city fell silent. No one expected Lin Ling to be so arrogant when he was about to die. Huh. The old man from the Yu family could not help but laugh excitedly. At this moment, the 10,000 assassins also revealed their murderous aura. However, at this moment, an anxious voice suddenly sounded. Are you the son of Devil, Lin Ling? Then, an old man walked out from the crowd. When the assassins saw him, they immediately took a step back. This old man was an expert who had killed 13 people. His status was higher than theirs. I am Lin Ling. Do you have a problem with that? Lin Ling looked at the old man. Finally, he saw a strong expert. Unfortunately, he was only at the later stage of the Sage Realm. This old man was only at the Sage Realm. This showed how weak the other assassins were. Of course, to the Yu family, these assassins were powerful experts. You are indeed Lin Ling. When he heard Lin Ling's words, the old man's expression changed drastically. He had received a secret order from a Flying Dragon Organization. It said that Black Dragon of the Flying Dragon Organization had died. They were on their way to the Blackstone Empire, so they came to take a look. Originally, they wanted to start a massacre. However, at this crucial moment, the old man saw a familiar face. In the end, he confirmed that the young man was actually Lin Ling. Lin Ling, the nightmare of all the major forces in the 9 prefectures. How could he resist him? Even if all the assassins were killed, they would not be able to touch a single hair on Lin Ling's head. Moreover, he had also heard that Lin Ling had almost uprooted the Godly Escort Mansion. If those old monsters had not begged for mercy, the Godly Escort Mansion would no longer exist in the 9 prefectures. As for the Fu Hang Manor, he had heard that in order to appease Lin Ling, they had agreed to any of Lin Ling's conditions. Therefore, the god of assassins of the Flying Dragon Organization had also told them that if they met Lin Ling, ordinary assassins were not a match for Lin Ling. On the contrary, if they angered Lin Ling, it would lead to a battle between Lin Ling and the Flying Dragon Organization. This would be even more disadvantageous for the Flying Dragon Organization. This was an order personally issued by the god of assassins. No one in the Flying Dragon Organization dared to disobey. Oh my God, I almost attacked Lin Ling. Chapter 3604. Don't be calculative. Slap. Thinking of this, the old man took the initiative to give himself a vicious slap. It was extremely powerful. A tooth flew from the sky to the ground like a kite with a broken string. I deserve to die. I didn't know it was Sir Lin Ling. I hope Sir Lin Ling won't be calculative. After slapping himself, the old man quickly bowed and said. Then he slapped himself again. Why are you in a daze? Apologize. Then the old man looked at the 10,000 assassins and roared. The assassins were stunned. They didn't know what was going on. However, The old man's status was higher than theirs, so they could only do as he said. Slap, 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 slap. The crisp sound of slapping echoed in the sky. Everyone on the ground was dumbfounded, especially the people from the Yu family. They all widened their eyes in disbelief. Did I see a ghost? The old man from the Yu family muttered to himself. After saying that, he slapped himself hard. However, the result was that this slap was very painful. This also meant that he wasn't dreaming. However, 10,000 assassins slapped his own face and apologized. This was too fake. One had to know that these assassins were more powerful than Sir Black Dragon. Sir Lin Ling, what do you think about this? After slapping himself, the old assassin looked at Lin Ling and said, his eyes were filled with fear. He was afraid that Lin Ling would start a massacre. Lin Ling's lips curled into a smile. This assassin was smart. If these assassins dared to make a move before, Lin Ling could finish them off in less than half an hour. Let's forget about this. However, there won't be a next time. Although Lin Ling had a grudge against the Flying Dragon Organization, he wanted to fight the top assassins of the Flying Dragon Organization, not these small fries. Moreover, he didn't have time to waste on these small fries. Hearing his words, everyone from the Flying Dragon Organization heaved a sigh of relief. All right, if you don't want to fight, I'll take my leave first. Then, Lin Ling walked towards Yu Yu and the rest. Don't fight, absolutely don't fight. Take care, Lord Lin Ling. The old man bowed again. Those who did not know him would think that Lin Ling was the expert of the Flying Dragon Organization. All the assassins of the Flying Dragon Organization respectfully welcomed Lin Ling's departure. This made the people of the Yu family feel like they were dreaming. Previously, the Yu family had asked Lin Ling to go to the Flying Dragon Organization to apologize. Now that the Flying Dragon Organization had come, what was the use? Lin Ling didn't need to apologize at all. On the contrary, the Flying Dragon Organization had to bow and apologize like a lapdog. Who can tell me what happened? After Lin Ling gradually disappeared, the old man's temperament finally changed. He became extremely cold and indifferent as he looked at the crowd on the ground. Well, actually it's nothing much. If Senior has something to do, then please take your leave first, someone said with a chuckle. Perhaps he thought that the old man was easy to talk to because he had nodded and bowed before him. However, he had forgotten that this kind of easiness depended on the person. Lin Ling had the qualifications to make the assassins bow and bow, but the rest of the people here didn't. If you don't speak, then die. The old man shouted coldly. He didn't seem to have done anything, but on the ground, dozens of lives were taken in an instant. Only then did the people react. It turned out that different people received different treatment. To these assassins, they were actually ants. Kill them all. The old man no longer bowed and bowed like before. He was a living god of death. The assassins immediately pounced and killed a large number of martial artists in a single breath. Blood flowed like a river. I'll talk. Many of the martial artists were afraid and immediately recounted what had happened. The assassins also stopped their attacks and quietly listened. But with every word they heard, their hearts began to violently jump. This Yu family was really bold. They actually made Lin Ling come to the Flying Dragon Organization to apologize. Damn it, were their heads kicked by a donkey? Or were they trying to frame the Flying Dragon Organization? Many assassins couldn't help but shake their heads. No wonder Senior Lin Ling left directly. It seemed that Senior Lin Ling didn't even bother to make a move against these ignorant ants. You dare to order Senior Lin Ling around? What a joke. Let me tell you, Senior Lin Ling's achievements in the 9 prefectures is something you can't hope to achieve in your lifetime. Sigh. I don't even bother to explain it to you ants. Everyone, listen up. Kill everyone from the Yu family. The old man laughed mockingly and ordered the assassins to charge at the Yu family. Oh no, spare us. Why did the Flying Dragon Organization bow to that young man, but kill us all? Could it be that the young man's background is bigger than the Flying Dragon Organization? The Yu family finally knew the taste of regret. The old man from the Yu family trembled. Thinking back to everything that happened, he wanted to slap himself 3 times. Even the Flying Dragon organization was afraid of that young man. This meant that the young man was definitely a big shot in the martial god world, a true expert. However, he thought that the young man wanted to use the Yu family's strength to take revenge on the Flying Dragon organization. He thought that as long as he forced Lin Ling to apologize, the Yu family would be safe and sound. However, the result told him that the young man was on a completely different level from what he thought. While he was thinking, a dagger suddenly came from the void and cut the old man's neck. The old man died with his eyes wide open. His decision had caused the Yu family to die. The warriors in the distance trembled in fear. They didn't expect that the Yu family's decision would cause the destruction of a family with 10,000 years of history. However, they didn't feel that the Yu family was pitiful. Instead, they felt that the Yu family deserved it. Don't kill anymore. At this time, Qing rushed over and stood in front of the Yu family. The Yu family patriarch cried out in pain, "Qing, don't." At this moment, the Yu family patriarch finally realized that he was wrong, very wrong. He didn't hate the mysterious young man at all, because he knew that if the young man wanted to kill them, the Flying Dragon organization wouldn't even have a chance to do so. The young man was more than enough to wipe out the Yu family. The young man didn't do anything because he didn't want to, or because he wanted to save face for Qing. However, the assassins of the Flying Dragon organization didn't care about Qing at all. In their eyes, there were only two kinds of people, the living and the dead. Therefore, their killing intent was locked on a Qing. I saved her not long ago. If you kill her, won't my efforts be in vain? At this time, a calm voice suddenly sounded. All the assassins were stunned. The old man's expression changed drastically. Although Lin Ling had left, he still seemed to be paying attention to this place. "Get lost," he roared, then shot forward and kicked away the assassin who was pouncing on Qing. He knew that if the woman was killed, Lin Ling would definitely come back. Then, all the assassins would die here. Speaking of which, he was quite depressed. Chapter 3605. In the Blackstone Empire. "Thank you, sir, for your help," the assassin who was kicked away by the old man said gratefully. He had almost committed a grave mistake. The old man waved his hand and looked at the stubborn Qing. In the end, he said, "You're lucky that the big shot stepped in for you. Your family has escaped this calamity. Let's go." The assassins left with the old man. Blood flowed like a river on the ground. However, the people were upset because the Yu family had suffered great losses. If it wasn't for Qing they would have been uprooted. "Qing I didn't expect you to save the Yu family in the end." The Yu family had looked at his daughter and sighed his heart. At this moment, Lin Ling had left the Sea of Flowers boundary with Yu and the rest. Lin Ling covered Xiao Ning with his boundary essence so that she would be safe and sound. However, the little girl's face was filled with various emotions. She was excited and shocked. She was excited because she could fly and she had arrived at the Starry Sky world. She was excited because this was the first time she had seen the Starry Sky world. It was beautiful. She was shocked because Uncle Lin was so powerful. Even the Yu family was no match for him. She was glad that she had persevered. If she had followed the young master of the Yu family, she would have been an ordinary person for the rest of her life. "Xiao Ning, how do you feel?" Yu and Xian Yuan Gu looked at Xiao Ning with concern. "Thank you, Auntie Yu and Auntie Gu Xiao Ning is fine." Xiao Ning quickly bowed and said with great respect, "You child, how many times have I told you? We are a family, not a servant." Yu and the rest said helplessly. Lin Ling smiled. He had used his boundary essence to protect Xiao Ning. He knew that Xiao Ning would be fine. "Brother Ling, why didn't you kill those assassins from the Flying Dragon organization?" Suddenly, Yu looked at Lin Ling. She also knew that Lin Ling had a deep grudge with the Flying Dragon organization, so she asked curiously. "Those assassins are just small fries. The true expert of the Flying Dragon organization is the god of assassins. Moreover, they've all gathered in the Darkstone Empire at this moment. I presume they've probably encountered some sort of precious treasure. So if I kill those assassins, it would alert the enemy." Lin Ling said with a smile. "So that's how it is." Yu and the others nodded in understanding. On the other hand, Lin Ling gazed at Little Ning and said, "Little Ning, your natural talent isn't weak. Once we return to the final world, I'll get someone to guide you. At that time, your strength will advance by leaps and bounds as well." When Xiao Ning suddenly heard Lin Ling talking to her, her heart immediately raced. She hurriedly saluted and nodded. Seeing this, Yu Yu and the others secretly laughed. They guessed in their hearts that this little girl probably liked Big Brother Ling. This was normal. After all, every young girl in her prime had a hero's dream. Lin Ling, whether it was strength, appearance, or temperament, all met the requirements. He was a true hero who could support heaven and earth. The few of them traveled through the void. Not long after, they finally arrived at the Blackstone Empire. This realm was even larger than the Sea of Flowers realm. The ground was filled with pitch-black rocks. At a glance, it was boundless. At the same time, an ancient aura spread out from it. This realm is not simple. Lin Ling floated in the sky and muttered to himself. Then, he led Yu Yu and the others forward. The Blackstone Empire was extremely vast. After walking for half a day, they did not see a single person. The ground was ancient and lonely. The pitch-black rocks made one feel depressed. The vice principal said that this mission will be carried out by the 10 great academies, and I'm just going through the motions. However, so far, I haven't seen any experts from the other academies. Lin Ling looked into the distance and frowned. However, at this moment, his eyes flashed. A familiar aura floated from the distance. Although it was dim, Lin Ling's soul power increased greatly. He instantly sensed it. Could it be that the so-called mutated warriors are actually the world will? Lin Ling had seen this aura before. It was the world will. "Follow me." Lin Ling increased his speed and shot forward. Yu Yu and the others quickly followed behind. Not long after, under an ancient black mountain, Lin Ling saw more than 10 experts in long robes. They were besieging a monster. This monster was about 20 meters tall. It was extremely tall and sturdy. Its body was pitch black and could explode with great power. However, the two sides seemed to have been fighting for a long time, so they were exhausted. Moreover, there were a few corpses on the ground. They must have been killed by the monster. Roar! At this moment, the monster suddenly roared into the sky. Endless black gas filled the air, causing the monster to suddenly become larger. It held 2 huge hammers in its hands. With a sudden smash, the sky fell and the earth cracked. This smash also caused many experts to vomit blood. The situation suddenly became dangerous. When Lin Ling saw this, the dragon bow quietly appeared in his hand. He quickly pulled it out. 1,000 Buddha's greeting. Countless dragon gods' arrows shot towards the monster and shot towards the monster's forehead. Puff! This monster was amazing. It was like a hairless bear king. After being shot between the eyebrows by an arrow, it was safe and sound. Instead, it became even crazier. However, Lin Ling's 1,000 Buddha's greeting was not just a mere arrow. If one arrow could not penetrate it, so what if there were 10,000 arrows? Swoosh! Swoosh! A dense barrage of dragon god arrows shot out and finally blasted the monster alive, leaving behind a black rock that was as thick as a finger. It was sucked into Lin Ling's right hand and fell into his hand. Dead. The experts around were stunned at first. Then, their faces instantly turned ugly. They had almost killed the monster, but someone suddenly ran out and interrupted them and snatched their prey. One had to know that the mission assigned to them by the Academy was to kill these strange warriors. The monster looked terrifying, but in fact, it was transformed from a human. A strange force had entered its body and caused this change. "Who are you? How dare you snatch our prey? Do you want to die?" A moment later, a young man with long hair shouted angrily at Lin Ling. "What a joke. Is your name written on the head of the prey? Or has the prey been killed by you? Since there is no prey, then the capable will get it." Lin Ling also realized that his mission was to kill these monsters. As long as he killed 10 of them, he could complete the mission assigned by the Academy. Bullshit. If we hadn't been fighting with that monster for so long, do you think you would have a chance? Damn it, tell me your name. I want to see which academy you are from. The young man from before gritted his teeth and cursed. "Watch your mouth." Lin Ling frowned and said coldly, "Although you've been fighting with the monster for a long time, you didn't manage to kill it. Instead, I saved some of you. It's fine if you don't thank me, but you're being rude? You're fucking talking nonsense." All of them were furious when they heard this. I remember now. He is the son of Demon Lin Ling, the guy who created the record in the Ethereal Tower. Chapter 3606. Disdain. What? He's Lin Ling? I heard that this guy isn't weak at all. Huh. He's just someone with an undeserved reputation. He can only be proud in the God's second hall, but he's nothing in the God's third hall. The experts started to discuss among themselves, and some of them were solemn. Some of them were disdainful. It was obvious that these experts were from the 36 academies. There were experts from the God's second hall, God's first hall, and God's third hall. As for Lin Ling, he was recognized as an expert of the God's third hall. So many of them were naturally afraid of him. "Lin Ling, I didn't expect you to still be a saint after not seeing you for so long. However, we're experts from the Divine Maple Academy. You're not giving the Divine Maple Academy any face by snatching our spoils." At this moment, a handsome man walked out indifferently. "Pang you." The experts from the Divine Maple Academy's God's Third Hall were recorded on the God's list. It could be said that those who could enter the God's list were stronger than ordinary God's Third Hall experts. Moreover, this person was a second talisman God Paladin. Divine Paladin. This was a title of honor and pride. It not only represented strength, but also identity. "Then what do you want?" Lin Ling looked at him indifferently. Among this group of people, this man could be considered the strongest. "Very simple. Let's fight. If you win, the spoils will belong to you. If I win, the spoils will belong to me. How about it?" Pang Yu said indifferently. There was a jade-like light on the surface of his body, and there was a colorful light behind him. The combination of the two lights gave off an extremely mysterious feeling. "Sure, let's decide the victor within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn." Hearing this, Lin Ling nodded and slowly pulled out the tyrannical song on his back. Shameless boasting. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the loser will definitely be you. Pang Yu was stunned, and he immediately became unhappy. It was undeniable that Lin Ling did have some ability to break the first-place record in the God's Tower. However, Lin Ling was ultimately not an expert on the God's list, and he was a genuine expert on the God's list. However, Lin Ling wanted to decide the victor within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn? That was a dream. Cut the crap. Take this. Lin Ling couldn't be bothered to speak any more nonsense. The tyrant song sword seemed to have arrived from the era of the gods. It cut through the sky and slashed towards Pang Yu. On the horizon, a dazzling beam of light arrived like a shooting star. "Titan!" When he saw this, Pang Yu shouted in a low voice as well, and then a wisp of an ancient aura erupted from him like a god and a demon. Rumble! An enormous divine python shot into the sky from behind Pang Yu. This divine python was like an ancient tree that towered into the sky, and its body was covered in multicolored scales. Moreover, it had a blood-red python crown on its head. Divine Titan Snake. The experts of the Divine Maple Academy all cried out in alarm. This is a 5th grade ultimate desolate body. That's not all. It said that Brother Pang's ultimate desolate body is about to be upgraded, so it should be at the peak of grade 5. Lin Ling is definitely going to be defeated. At that time, we'll be able to brag that Lin Ling from the Transcendence Tower was defeated by an expert from the Divine Maple Academy. Many people roared in excitement. Rumble. At that moment, Lin Ling slashed down with his sword. However, a divine python immediately rushed out from the ground and blocked Lin Ling's sword. This talent is quite impressive. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. At the same time, he recalled a classic saying, "A greedy snake swallows an elephant." This meant that the python had the strength to swallow an elephant. However, it was too greedy and failed. As for the divine python in front of him, it was definitely a seed of gods from the era of gods. "That's all you've got." At that moment, Pang Yu raised his head and looked at Lin Ling with disdain. However, he was also extremely shocked. Lin Ling was only at the Sage Realm, but his strength was beyond imagination. This strength was also very strange. Not only did his Jie Yuan not seem to be at the Sage Realm, it even had an additional physical strength. It was no wonder that Lin Ling's name could shake the 36 academies. He was indeed extraordinary. Is that so? Lin Ling muttered to himself. With a twitch of his brows, an ancient divine monument came crashing down from the sky. Rumble. Pang Yu stomped his feet, causing the ground to crack. However, he also grinned and said, "That's all you've got." Is that so? Lin Ling still said the same thing. He was not moved at all and did not show any anger. However, the sword in his hand suddenly surged with murderous intent. Demonic sword. It gradually increased from 10% to 30%. Pang Yu's expression changed drastically. Lin Ling had the power of an ancestor and was so powerful. Do you still dare to say that? Lin Ling held the tyrannical song sword in his hand and maintained his slashing posture. However, he also said sarcastically. This sentence was full of ridicule, causing Pang Yu to fly into a rage out of humiliation. That's all you've got. Pang Yu also roared and unleashed his full strength. The Titan Divine Python behind him made a strange sound. Then, a large number of pythons appeared. They were densely packed and covered the entire ground. It made one's scalp tingle. These pythons swam out and kept intertwining, forming a huge python pillar. It surged into the sky in an attempt to block Lin Ling's sword. Rumble. The Blackstone Empire was also in a frenzy at this moment. What a terrifying power. The Divine Maple Academy's experts all retreated, their faces full of admiration. It seems that you've only got this much. However, Lin Ling's expression still did not change when such a huge power appeared. The tyrannical song, sword in his hand, suddenly became terrifying. Endless murderous intent spread and rushed toward the pythons on the ground. Those pythons were hit by the murderous intent and immediately became motionless like stone statues. At the same time, Lin Ling's demonic sword had also increased to 40%, causing Pang Yu to sink. His eyes instantly turned red as he tried to block Lin Ling's sword, but it was useless. Big Brother Pang, you can do it. This one-sided battle undoubtedly caused the Divine Maple Academy's experts to shout. They did not want Pang Yu to lose. It would be a great humiliation for the Divine Maple Academy. However, was shouting useful? I have chaos. At this moment, Lin Ling used another technique. His eyes changed. They were ancient, ferocious, and terrifying. The moment these eyes appeared, a formless and colorless ferocious aura arrived, causing all the pythons on the ground to tremble and flee through the cracks in the ground. As for Pang Yu, his eyes turned blank. His heart of martial arts was attacked by the ferocious aura. For a moment, he began to doubt himself. However, it was not only him. Even the experts not far away were affected. Rumble. Pang Yu's aura weakened, and Lin Ling's sword slashed down as if it could split the heavens and earth. Swoosh! The largest Titan Divine Python was cut in half by the sword. When the sword slashed the ground, the entire ground cracked open. Even the black rocks could not block Lin Ling's sword. As for Pang Yu, he was slashed to the ground. A sword scar appeared on his cheek, and blood slowly flowed out. However, Lin Ling did not kill him. Instead, he looked at him with disdain. I've lost. Pang Yu looked blankly at the man floating in the sky. His confidence in himself was shaken again. What's your rank on the divine list stairway to heaven? In the sky, Lin Ling looked down at him indifferently. Number 467. Pang Yu weakly replied. No wonder you're so weak. Chapter 36:07. Kill stealing. Wait, how did you defeat me? Moreover, you defeated me. Why aren't you happy at all? You have to know that you defeated an expert on the god list. Seeing Lin Ling calmly leave, Pang Yu roared in disbelief. Although Lin Ling broke the record of the God's Tower for the perspective of the 36 academies, he is only an expert of the third hall. He can't even be counted as an expert on the god list, let alone God's paladin. But now, Lin Ling defeated him, which means that Lin Ling is also a god's paladin and can enter the god list. However, with such an honor, Lin Ling doesn't have the slightest bit of pride. A long, long time ago, I was able to defeat an expert on the god list. Lin Ling's voice finally came from the distance. His words made Pang Yu's body tremble. He remembered everything he knew about Lin Ling. Snow Wind Academy's newcomer king. Snow Wind Academy's first hall. In the 36 academies, he was the first sage to pass the god's trial and even broke the record of the god's tower. This kind of rising star is also someone that every third hall's expert wants to defeat because they can use this opportunity to shake the world. But after this battle, Pang Yu discovered that the gap between him and Lin Ling is too big. Because a long, long time ago, Lin Ling was able to defeat an expert like Pang Yu. Just how strong is he? Pang Yu shook his head. He looked at Lin Ling, who left in a carefree manner, and knew that Lin Ling didn't hurt him because he disdained to do so. The surrounding experts of the Divine Maple Academy were also shocked. They never thought that Lin Ling would be so strong. This guy is really abnormal. He said that he would finish the battle in an incense stick's worth of time, but it seems like he just became an expert of the third hall. Yes, I've been an expert of the third hall for 300 years, but I still can't enter the god list. But he just entered the third hall circle, and he can already defeat an expert on the god list. It's too enviable. Maybe this guy was already so powerful when he was in the Shani Hall. Following that, those experts discussed animatedly, extremely depressed. They could only let Lin Ling snatch the spoils of war. In fact, Lin Ling really disdained to make a move against Pang Yu. He was only interested in people like Duan Wuzhan and Duan Wuhan. After that, Lin Ling casually walked around the Blackstone Empire. At the same time, he was constantly hunting down mutant martial artists. 2 of them, 3 venerables, 5 of them. Lin Ling was getting closer and closer to completing the mission. It had to be said that this mission was really simple. Lin Ling was just going through the motions. However, Lin Ling's luck seemed to be pretty good when he found the 10th variant race martial artist, because he had met someone from the Flying Dragon organization. These people were also besieging a mutated warrior. However, after the mutated warrior was absorbed by the world's will, it transformed into a massive ancient tree. Powerful energy spewed out from the ancient tree, allowing it to resist the ultimate desolate body of an expert. Kill him. We must get the map. The Lord said that the map hid a warrior with wood elemental talent. It should be him. Boss Gajian, our luck is pretty good. A large number of excited voices came from the crowd. Leading them was a handsome youth. He held a white jade wine flask in his hand as he casually drank from it. The key is mine. After drinking a mouthful, the youth lazily said. He appeared extremely confident. The experts in the surroundings were not weak. After crazily attacking, the ancient tree's leaves also scattered. A large amount of World Will's power was disappearing. However, what was strange was that this World Will's power was actually green and no longer black. The last variant race martial artist. Furthermore, our luck is pretty good. We have met the Flying Dragon organization. It looks like we will have to kill Steel again. From afar, Lin Ling's lips curled into a sneer. He warned Yu Yu and company before shooting forward. As for Yu Yu and company, they laughed. During this period of time, Lin Ling seemed to have killed quite a number of kills. The others could only curse their bad luck when they met him. Haha, there are a total of 8 maps. Rather than calling it a map, it's better to call it key. Those who possess the map can sit on the 8 Kings' throne and enter there. If I can obtain the treasure left behind by Godslayer, I can also become the next Godslayer. The youth who was drinking laughed out loud. He was extremely happy. Boss Shunjian, this is your lucky chance. The Flying Dragon organization's future belongs to you. A good start is half the battle. Now, all that's left is for Boss Gajian to obtain the map. The surrounding people immediately began to flatter him. This left Lin Ling speechless. Didn't they say that the Flying Dragon organization was made up of cold-blooded killers? How could there be such a retard? From the looks of it, regardless of the large faction, there would be differences in strength. Birds of a feather flock together. Perhaps those killers who were the least like killers would gather together. Brothers, don't worry. If I become the god of assassins, you can kill as many people as you want. I can satisfy you. The young man called Xianxia was still drinking. His face was red. He seemed to be even more excited. Sorry to interrupt. This variant warrior is mine. However, at this moment, Lin Ling's voice finally sounded, interrupting everyone's excitement. Next, a sword descended from the sky, revealing its sharpness, and cut the ancient tree in half. From the ancient tree, a dazzling golden key appeared. The key was about the size of a palm, and a large number of complicated runes were engraved on it. After Lin Ling glanced at it, he stretched out his left hand and sucked the key into his hand. Everyone was silent. All the killers looked at Lin Ling dumbfoundedly. Who the fuck are you? A moment later, the youth who was drinking roared angrily. You don't need to know who I am. You only need to know that you are very unlucky to have met me. Lin Ling smiled faintly. Fuck, rebel, kill him, kill him. How dare you steal our treasure? Kill him. The people around the youth reacted one by one, and their eyes instantly turned red with anger. However, as soon as Lin Ling moved, all the angry voices disappeared, because Lin Ling had already disappeared from where he was standing and appeared in front of the young man in an instant. He said calmly, Your wine seems to be quite good. Kill him. This caused the youth's pupils to constrict. What fast speed? The guy in front of him was definitely not ordinary. Tell me, where does the Flying Dragon organization want to go, and what do you want? Also, what is the use of this key? Kill him. Lin Ling shook the key in his hand. When the key appeared, everyone's eyes followed the key, and their bodies trembled with anger. That was because the Flying Dragon organization had asked them to look for a mutant martial artist with a key, and their luck was pretty good. They had almost gotten the key, but an arrogant person suddenly ran over. Not only did he steal the monster, he even stole the key. This was a cooked duck flying away. Bastard.